All right. Yo, what is going on? Good morning. Let me know if that music's a little too loud for you guys. It should just be background music. Um, we're up. Can you believe it? It's 6 in the morning. Fresh, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. Hope you guys are doing well. And welcome to the Empire. What's up, Bad Magics? Um, this is about when we want to be live. I woke up at like 5 a.m. And looked at the market a little bit. Let me bring this up here. But we don't really want to do any trades right now. But what we do want to do is figure out what is going on. And see if we can't recognize something that's gonna pop off in the morning or at 6:30. So this was the things we looked at yesterday. We're still waiting for this to hit back to 25. So unfortunately, that's on there for a minute. But we messed with these. I believe these were actually down earlier. But these were the ones we messed with yesterday. We can go ahead and remove them. BTCT still has a lot of volume. So it is one that's been just active since the 24th. Interesting. It's crazy. From, is that right? Oh, 50 cents to $2. So 200% since the 19th, which is crazy. And with 10 million volume. But we're going to just go ahead and get rid of these. And see what we can do. So it's 5:59. That means market's been open since 4. So right around here. But let's go through. These are the players of the day. Or is it 3? This popped up at 3. When is pre-market? Is it 3 or 4? Standard window 4 a.m. to 9:30 ET. But this, it seems to be getting active around 3 a.m. my time. Okay, look, here's another right around 4 a.m. my time. Things seem to be popping off. Okay. We'll look at the thing is like a lot of these we've already missed this, so it's gonna do its thing afterwards. We're looking for something like this, but then we want to, so what is this? SWVL. We should try to get some news on it, I guess. Since we have time now, we could look at some news. Announces 13 million strategic investment round. Price AI, or is priced at the market under Nasdaq rules, led by the family coefficients. Okay. It's at 7:30. This is Eastern time. Okay. So around 4:30 was the news, which makes sense. Okay. So they're releasing news at 4:30 in the morning. I think that makes this a player, right, for today. And potentially, let's look at this a little bit more. What's up, Zach? Over here. We could take a position on it now. There was already a sell-off, right? So it went up, dropped, fizzled out, and now it's getting active again. It had another little high. The pullback is a little low, but we could get something right here. This is up. Let's go ahead and buy in. It might be the wrong time, but well, let's. The thing is we should pause for a second because this is not crossed over yet. Right. The goal is when this crosses over, but this is good. This is good. Okay. But let's try to get in on the low then. We'll go. But I think it's about to pop up. This might be a good time. 640. It's got a lot of weight at 630 or 238. What do you think? Do we just take an early buy? Let's take an early buy. We'll go ahead and do 10 stocks. But we'll try to get in at like 35. Okay. Let me see if that's even possible. I think so. So this is when we want in. Okay. 5 minutes just crossed over. We do want a little bit more confirmation than that. What did it go down to? 38. So we're going to replace to try to buy at 38. Right now we can only do limits. Alright, we're in at 38. Now has a downturn here, which isn't good, but it's what let us in. Alright, but I don't think we want to be in long. If this starts going down, but we should have a little pullback, but it has an opportunity to go up. Everything that we were taught means that it should go up, or it could go up at least. Some here. So we're going to see. We went ahead and did 10 stocks. Oh. And here's a little crash. Very sad. So we didn't wait for... Well, no, this was green and now it's going down. This is on a downturn. It went from 60 to 50. And now it's down to 230. So we bought at the high again. Hoping for it to turn around. Went all the way down to 228. Alright, this is now negative, which is very bad. Now we're down $1. So we might have... But there was an opportunity for it to go way up. We're gonna have to hold for a little bit. But it kissed this, and we didn't wait for the confirmation. And because of that, we're in this situation. Right, look, it just kissed it. And that's what you mean. You can't predict the market. You can have all the indicators you want. But the average EMA is 224, and we're in at 238. Again, not good. It's going up a little. All right, hopefully that was the down. We can set this so we can auto sell. Oh no, but I think we need to do sell limit because the market's not even open yet. So let's just set a limit for like 42. What is the high for? Let's do like 45. Because it didn't do what we wanted. We'll try to get out with a little profit. I don't think we're in a bad position. But this is all going down. It's all going down. So we need to get out. But at any moment, it could shoot up. There's not a crazy amount of stuff, but we should just be looking. But it all looked good. When this turned to green, you know what I mean? That's when we want like one more to know that it's on the upturn. But I went in early. All right, well, we'll come back to that one. Let's see what else we can see today. This one's got 6 million volumes so far. I would like to try to actually make some money today. Joe's not gonna be. He messed up his cord to his room, so he won't be here with us today. So we're running solo. I mean, we've got chat, so just you and me, chat. We gotta make the right call. We gotta find something good. The main thing here at 6 in the morning is to just try to find ones that are gonna pop at 6:30. But we took that one. Oh, PMI is still on the list today. It went down to 15 already. There's a 40-second range. Oh, we're dying. Absolutely fucking dying on this one. Come on. So we got in on the high. Luckily, it's just a couple of bucks, so we're not going to stress too much. It did have good news that brought it from 140 to 220, all the way up to 3, which is crazy. This is how you get trapped. That's why we're still playing with a little bit. It's gonna. Well, we're hoping that, you know, it's like a sine wave. It's gonna go down and then hopefully come back up. We're just doing regular old stocks. Just the normal NASDAQ. Nothing too crazy. We're not going to do anything. Just day trading. Just, what do they call it? High volume, high velocity, intraday, I think is what it is. I'm no good at it, but we're trying. I think today we'll like try to use more. You know, I might do 10 stocks depending on how it goes. I'll go up to 100 stocks. I can do like we're doing like $2 to like $10 stocks. Okay? With that are extremely high volume. Is the plan here. That have already got, you know, a lot of activity, and trying to just take a slice in between. This is what we're doing for now. I was doing like more long term. But then just recently we got interested in this, and this is what we've been learning. Have you been trading for a while? Not just a few weeks, like learning this style of trading? So it's been fun just learning. And this one's a little late. Yeah, just short-term investing. Very short-term. That's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing. I'm doing 1 stocks, 10 stocks. You know, last Friday was the first time I was using like 100 stocks, so anywhere from like $200 to $500 positions. And I actually made money. And so that was after like 2 weeks of doing 1 stock, you know, 10 stocks at a time. And but today's the second day that we're going live doing it. We're just seeing if we can use what we've learned. And so far, we're down. See, I only did 10 stocks. But I went in here when this went green. And obviously it's not didn't do what we thought it was going to do. But so we're stuck into this position at the moment. But this stock did have news, so we're gonna see. But right now we're just trying to determine which, if any, stocks we want to play with today. Nvidia is too rich for my blood, though. It's like $200 a stock. I did do like SpaceX when it first came out, you know, on IPO. I have traded some things that are a little bit more. Like I did HIMS and made a chunk off of that, you know, and things like I do trade news. But my goal is to do these high velocity, high volume trades, whether there's news or not, to try to, learn and understand, where I can grab a quarter, grab 50 cents on a trade. How much did you make from $500? From the $500 trades, I made like $30 that day. From doing like 100 stocks. Like this one, if I put in 100 stocks on this one, it'd be like $520. Right? And then with a swing of 20 to 30 cents, you're making like $30, something like that per trade, right? But I don't take many trades right now, just because I'm still trading. Market opens in 10 minutes. So there's the pre-market now. The market opens, and so that's what I'm looking to see if I can find something where it's gonna like shoot up on market, right? Like this one has the opportunity right here. The MACD's getting close. It's already shot up today. Selling power is getting less. It's not currently going to, but we still do have 10 minutes, so we can watch this one. Don't rely on too many indicators. I don't. The main one I use is just the MACD, and we're using the RSI on the 1 minute. But I can tell you that when the 1 minute and the 5 minute MACD cross over, it's almost always going to be going up. Oh, nice. We got out of this position. But now this is going to go up. So we took a position here, and we got out. We at least got out of the position, and we made 70 cents. Victory. That's like every beginner strategy, MACD and RSI. That's where I'm at. Yes. I've got the VWAP, but the VWAP doesn't really help with these. Your English is great, 2GG. I couldn't even tell that you were Chinese. But this crossed over. I made 70 cents. If I would have done more, more stocks, yes, we could have made $70. But we're only doing 10 stocks. Okay? But MACD's positive here. MACD's positive here. Right? And it's coming up at 6:30. So this one does have an opportunity we're looking for breakouts. Okay. Works until it doesn't? Absolutely. Nothing's for sure. Okay. But it's better than not going off of anything. Look, 250. What was my... I bought in at 238 and I sold early now. Look at all the money I left on the table. I was at 238 here. Okay. Do you know any Chinese YouTubers? I don't. Resistance. I do use support, resistance, pullbacks. What I'm doing is I've been watching Ross Cameron for the last 2 weeks. And I'm using his strategy. I'm not going in it blind. I've been practicing for 2 weeks. Now, I'm not saying I'm any good, but But I did call this. You know what I mean? I was in a little early. But seems to be going more global now. Not just China focused. Cool. But I should have waited for this. I would have. Now is when we should probably. I think it's still a good time to get in. Here now, maybe a little much here. We could try to get back in like 235, but MACD's positive. Well, it might be now done for this moment, but this has had news, right? This is the resistance that you're talking about. Okay, we got in at like 238 right here. Okay, so I got in about here. Might be around here. No. We got in over here. When did I get in? At 6 o'clock. So we got in on here. And then it kind of... We had to go through a cycle. Now it's going back down. But this, I think this one can still blow up. It's 6:25. Market's open in 5 minutes. Right, this one I think still has a chance to blow up. We'll watch it. It's 2:45. Do we want to put a position? We could try to get in at like 237. I'm still afraid to, take a position. That's why we're still playing with a little bit of money. MACD's going negative here. RSA's coming out. We've lost a little momentum already on the 5 minute. But these two are still positive. We don't have we don't have a level 2. Yeah, but the VWAP doesn't help in these situations because of this. Like it can get real crazy. Like with these early morning ones, VWAP helps like after a while on these big swings, because this is all the volume right here. Okay, no worries, bro. GG's. He's lost tens of millions. Yeah, I'm not trying to lose tens of millions. But we could have got back in at 238. So this is... Alright, we'll come back to this one. I do think that... What's the volume like? We're still getting 500,000 volume each 5-minute candle. So there's a lot of activity on this one. I think it would be good to try to get in. The EMA's 233. Alright, let's take a risk. Well, but the problem is this isn't... Alright, let's just take a risk. We're gonna go back in at 238. Okay. If it goes down. Because it can go all the way to 255 here. We have a little bit of cushion to lose. Oh, but this is not good. Of course. How? Why? Instantly down to 232. Don't buy before market opens. I want to be in a position before market opens. That's why I'm here a little early. We're looking for a position on market opens like this right here. Like right here, Opal. I don't think there's gonna be so many sellers though. Do we take a risk on this one? It's gone up to $1.50. It's about to cross over. But these are just pennies. Alright, let's go back to here. In less than a month, yeah. You can... Oh, it can get real crazy. Especially these early mornings. If you can get in on these are insane. If you put in a bunch of money, you know what I mean, and you get a $2 swing, right? You just make an insane amount of money. Like it's stupid. It really is. If you had a position here, you know, and this is at 4:30 in the morning. Right? So this is the Chinese market right here, the South Korean market. Oh, we're taking a massive shit. How the fuck? All right, well, this was the wrong pick. We're down to 216. Motherfucker. Well, we're either going to be at a major loss today. That's crazy. All right, well, we picked wrong. We'll see if it can recover, but we'll just move on for now. I'm not too worried about... Because we're only playing with like 10 stocks. Like, look at this. How do you fucking... How? How can you tell this? Capri CAPR? It's the 24th. But it's too late to get in this, but this is like a dollar swing instantly at market open. No way to tell here. This is coming back up. It took a massive swing. All right, and we're positive. It's finally going up. Come on. We're up $1. Do we hold? Oh, come on. But it's so many sellers. 250. We're going to do a market limit. Oh, they all just sold more. God damn it. Should have probably tried to get out. There's so many, like a massive amount of sellers. I think we just put a market limit and we get out. What were we in at? Let's just try to sell it. 245. I don't see it getting through all of this. Huge amount of volume. 2.3 mil, 2.8 mil volume here. Went from 250 down to 208. There. We got out at 245. We made a couple of pennies, but it's just too crazy for me. All right, but we are up on the day. We're up $1.40. All right, we gotta look at this. This is just a little wild. And like for a second, I swear this all like each one almost doubled. Like each one went from 1K, 3K. There's no breakout here. There's no possible breakout. It's all these guys. It's a couple of these big boys, like, selling the spread. Using an algorithm almost, it seems like. Because that shit was crazy. Alright, let's look for something else. It doesn't cost. Not since 2019. Can you believe that? I can take 100 trades commission free now. I didn't even know that, bro. There's so much that I learned about the market. Like, I played with the market in high school, you know, and I played, you know, but back then it was like Ameritrade, and I think Schwab was still around, but it was $4.99 a trade or $8.99 a trade. Now it's with all the algorithms and shit, you know, all the things for the last decade, they were able to make it a lot of things are commission free now. So you can sit here on this one. It's popping, okay. Testing. That's why I wanted to do something different. I wanted to play around with something, and it's... Ooh. I might be getting a little loud here. Testing. I was getting a little red there. There, I lowered my sound. I left my computer on. I watched the stock guy too, but I don't learn much from the stock guy. Because he's trying to be a streamer. You know what I mean? But if you want to... The guy that I've been learning from is Ross Cameron. And he's got a warrior trading like website you can get for 2 weeks, free. But I just watch his YouTube videos. And the reason why I like Ross Cameron is every day for like the last week or two, he does these. He does a $2,000 account challenge, okay? And he goes through every day what stocks he did. These. Thinkorswim, day 39. And he goes through everything. In the first couple of days, not all of it made sense, but after a week, more of it made sense. You know what I mean? He's content focused most of the stream, but that's why his YouTube videos are curated. Okay? The YouTube videos, he gets rid of all of that, and it's all the learning. You know what I mean? Are you trading too? We're up $1.40 today. And so he goes through it all. He just reads the news and tells us his plays. Oh, nice. I'd be interested in morning calls. Yeah. Right now, we're noobs. I'm okay to say it. I'm just learning. Okay? Buying Tesla when everyone was trying to sell, it's nice for being lazy. Yeah, I am trying to stand on my own 2 feet, but using their methodologies. You know what I mean? And it's nice sometimes. We'll do a day of trading, and I'm only doing 1 stocks, 10 stocks. He's doing 13,000 stocks, right? It's a different world. But it's nice seeing, I was in the same stocks as he was. Okay? Or I was looking at it around the same time he was. He's got a way better scanner. I want his scanner. This one's just... It's fun until it's not, yeah. Yeah, and so while it's fun, we're having fun with it. I was looking for something to have fun with, I wasn't having fun with the fucking dinosaurs. And so we've been messing with this. We've been messing with some Claude code. And for how long, I don't know. When I'm done and tired of it, I'm gonna just shove it all into an ETF, and then go about my business. Well, actually, I kind of, before 2027 hits, I'm ready to shove everything into HIMS. I think they're gonna blow up just because the peptide shit. I did buy, and I made it went up $2-3 because I bought right after the lawsuit. HIMS was sued by the FDA, but a week before, they were, the FDA said that they were going to be approving all the new peptides. And HIMS is positioned very uniquely to hit that retail market, What is this? We could get something here. Well, I plan on, if I see some of those. They did approve. They approve. Look. They approved to approve them. They're not approved. Nearly voted on July 2026 to recommend 6 experimental peptides. Okay? And the head of the FDA is that dude with the raspy voice. Okay? They approved to approve them, but now they're writing the guidelines for them. Okay? And the head of the FDA is the raspy voice dude who's gone on Joe Rogan saying he's bullish for the peptides. He uses them personally. You know what I mean? And so it's going, yeah, Kennedy. And he's pro-peptide. FDA's pro. They even stacked the fucking review board to ensure that they got through. When that gets through, it won't just be Hims. It'll be all compound pharmacies. 503A, 503B compound pharmacies in America. They're all gonna grab a market share. Hims might get only 20-30% of that, but they have the front face of the retail market, okay, and they've proven that they will basically get fined, okay, to still bring shit to market. They got sued by Novo, the GLP-1 guys, settled in court, so they play a little shady, okay. With the GLP-1, they added an extra salt molecule at the end of the like pill form, and then sold it the day after Novo did. Okay, and Novo sued them, but was going to win the lawsuit. Okay, because it is technically something different, but they came to an agreement so that Hims would sell Novo's product, but at an extreme discount. Okay, so brought down the floor, of that whole. Now GLP-1 is spent, right, because of Retta and everything else. What is it, Eli Lilly, and Retta has absolutely destroyed the market for GLP-1s, and pulled the market under Hims. Okay. But it means that Hims is still positioned in that market of bringing cheap or well priced, okay, are nasty, no trust. Well, that's not what the world thinks. You may not like the GLP-1s, but look into Retta. Retta is the new thing. And the GLP-1 is one of the whole peptide market. You might not like GLP-1s, but look into BP-157. We have nearly 100 years of anecdotal experience for it. You think this is breaking out? I don't think so. Okay, and it's never been legal in America, but Americans have used it for over 50 years. And the reason they're approving it is because there's over a 2 billion gray market, mainly China and other countries are profiting from by selling it as whatchamacallit? What is it? Like research use only? So instead of having Americans go into a gray market, they're saying let's actually make the market regulated and legitimate. Okay? So you cannot like GLP-1s, you cannot like or want to use these things, but one, there's a proven market for them. Okay? The market already exists. Okay? All that's happening is it's now going into the actual market instead of the gray market. Right? And I'm going to be using some of those peptides. I'm super pro-peptide. Okay? The reason why I don't use them is because I don't want to buy them from fucking China. Right? But when I know that they're in a regulated market in America, and we've seen 50 years of anecdotal evidence, I'm in. If things go badly, sure, and anything can go any way, but I will go on the record and tell you that your grandma will use these peptides. Your kid in school will use these peptides. Okay? Everyone at work. Not GLP-1s. So throw GLP-1s out the window. Fuck GLP-1s, so that's fine. Okay? Guess what Retta does? Retta fixes that. It doesn't go for muscle mass. And at an 8 milligram dosage over 4 months, it's proven to remove over 50% of liver fat. So the visceral fat around liver. So Retta is, that's why if you look at Novo, if you look at Eli Lilly, okay, they're going crazy because what Retta is it's not just a GLP-1. It's got 2 other connectors on it. Okay? What do you think it'll go to? It'll probably go to $80. 75, could go to 100. But that's my like, I don't want to hold it. The thing is, I don't want to hold it too long because I want liquid to be able to day trade. Okay? But I bought Hims at 27, sold it at 30, but I'm watching it for when it's able to come to market. When the FDA approves all of that shit, if you look at the history of Hims, they've been increasing their capacity for compounding peptides. Okay? And it's not been good for them. Their news is not good. Okay? But I believe that they are positioned to go direct to consumer. You know, they're more of an app than a compound pharmacy, right? But they are positioned to provide those peptides to your everyday person. Right now they advertise hair loss. You know, they were into the GLP-1 market, but it fell out. And it won't just be them. Okay? You'll be able to get it because peptides, there's no like special IP. Okay? It's a protein. No one owns the IP. Okay? Everyone's going to be able to make it. So, and everyone's going to be fighting for market share. You're going to be able to get generic versions of it at fucking Walgreens, CVS, and all of those. And a lot of those are private, right? I don't know. I think is Walgreens. Yeah, Walgreens is private, right? Is CVS? I think CVS has an association to Hims. So does Target and Walmart. Okay. The thing is it could, all of them, each and every one. Eli Lilly. All right, these guys are these guys are already huge, right? 1,200. These are the Retta guys. Okay, they're going to be focused Retta. I don't know if they're going to be involved in the peptide market, but I see why not, right? And they're already trusted, so these guys are going to be huge, but they're outside my breath. Novo, I believe is it these guys? Novo's going to be in it. There's also going to be a lot of non-publicly traded companies that take up a share of the market. Okay? And Hims. These are at least 3 publicly traded. It would be taken as a supplement. You need to do your research. These are the ones you need to do. I can go over all of them, but I do want to try to find some more trades. These are the ones that you need to. There's 6. Okay? That you need to look up. The main ones are BP 157 and TB 500. Here, we can go over. Does it say what some of them on? This plus this is called the Wolverine stack. It's what bodybuilders have been using for a long time. Okay? And it helps with healing. This is a gut peptide. This helps bring more attention to and lower inflammation. These, they all do different things. KPV was new to me, but each one of these are like a very, very unique, they do a very unique thing to the body. Okay? But these are the ones that are being approved, and what's happening right now and being pushed through very quickly by the Kennedy bro is they're writing the rules and regulations of it. Okay? And it's going to be synthetic peptides, right? Which means that it's going to be able to be mass produced, and everyone's going to use it. Everyone. If you don't think your grandma's going to use it, you're crazy. Every old person's going to use a couple of those. Okay? Because of how good it is at increasing the healing. It takes so long for an old person to heal. What if we give them the things that their body doesn't make anymore to help them heal? You think they're gonna say no? All the track meet guys, all the people in college sports, in fucking high school sports, when it goes to pro, there might be rules and regulations, right? They're still gonna do it, but they're gonna find out what's tested, and that's what they do now. You think these fucking basketball guys that get into a fucking, fuck up their Achilles heel and is back in a couple of weeks? Guess what? They're getting these peptides injected directly at the source. You know what I mean? So it's already happening. What I'm saying is it's a done deal. It's a done deal because the market already exists. Now the normies get to participate. And it's going to go from a $2 billion fucking gray market industry to a multi-billion dollar market industry. Except for it's no longer gray market. So all the fucking compound pharmacies in China are going to be cut out. And we're going to use American pharmacies. That's the difference. Well, here we go. Look, Hims is going crazy right now. But, through the roof. But I'm waiting for, because I have limited funds that I want to play with on the market, right? I sold my position in Hims so that we can mess around and do some of this. This one's dead already. Holy fuck. PMI just went from 5 to 7. Oh, we missed it. Damn it. This is what we're looking for. I just need to get one of these. This is what we need. Can I get one? I don't know why it just went gray. I don't know why it does that. But that one's going to be going for a while. Oh, we missed everything. There's not a lot of volume on this, though. Not a crazy amount of volume here. Already coming down. But yeah, I'm super, like, I look forward to 2027. I look forward to the future. We have so much to look forward to as far as new technologies and especially the medical field. You know, I everyone says, like America's got one of the worst, healthcare systems in America, and it's because of the insurance company, right? It's because of that whole corrupt system. But our quality of health, you know what I mean? You can get great quality. We have great science. We produce some of the best, science of figuring out fucking cancers, and we've got dudes working on, reversing aging, and like legitimate, some really, really interesting things. One of those, peptides, adds to the caps of telomeres. I don't know if it's the Epi one or it's the people. You can buy it now. You can buy it at like your local fucking pharmacy under NAD plus, right? And now that's what people assume, that the telomeres have something to do with aging, right? There's not a lot of proof to it, but we can prove that it does refill the caps on your telomeres, which people say results in the ability of the cell to be able to recopy itself, right? And when it's smaller, that they don't copy as well. There's more errors and issues. That's one of the peptides that are available. Already, but it's under a different name than its like discovered name. Yeah, we can talk about how corrupt not just the government but local government. It's all greed and corruption. In California, we just passed the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Okay, it's to prevent people from outing corruption in California. Signed by Gavin Newsom. Okay, and his wife is in charge of over $80 million in immigration support. We've got more corruption in California than half the fucking world. You know what I mean? And it's depressing. Okay? It's terrible. No, can't beat them, join them. I don't want to advocate for violence, but you need to remove them. You know what I mean? And the thing is they've stacked it against you to remove them from power. What we need to do is just start calling them domestic terrorists. That's what we need to do. That's my belief. Is we need to just create a federal domestic terrorism and make it broader so that we can start going after people that are going against the best interest of the common man. Because that's what they are. And if we can't stop them, they've got it all stacked against the ability to be able to do just and right, then they need to be removed. And I can't advocate violence because there's a better way to do it. But they need to be removed. I'm not super. When I go on these rants, I lose all focus. So we missed. So this is the only. We took 2 trades today. Neither of them were good. We're up. We are up, but neither of them. I took a trade here. Right, and which other one did we take? No, we took 2 trades on this one, but we didn't get a breakout. I missed the breakout on this one. Could I have seen it? Maybe. But there's no way. I mean, the fact that it was positive for a while, I guess we could have held. But there's no way that I think could have seen this one. So we're looking for the next breakout. That's my goal is to try to find. I don't think this is smart. Fuck with. Like we could take 100 trades. And maybe we do of like just playing the high and low, ride the wave. And we can do that, and I think we could make way more money by doing that. Right? Just trading for nickels. But my goal is to practice. And if I'm not looking for the breakout, then we'll never find it. And that one wasn't bad, actually. And here we're late. Right? Now we could have still participated from 5 to 25, right? So these, it doesn't mean it's, as long as it's still going up, we have an opportunity. But the moment I go into these, it's over. It's already over. You know, I mean, this one, is it frozen? No, it's not frozen. Oh, there's just not a lot of volume. 1,300 shares. It's only been 30 minutes open. PMI still going up? Man. This is the one we were playing with yesterday. But I'm a little afraid to get involved in these. Again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again, I'll say it many times. I'm a noob. I'm still a noob. I'm looking at this as practice and learning. You know what I mean? I'm just doing it live with you. We can take, 1,000 shares on a lot of these. I can risk, $5,000. That's what I've got in the right now. I've got around $5,000 that we can risk. Okay, my last purchase was like $25 worth of a stock. Okay, so I could have gone 2,500. I could have gone 2,500. I could have bought 2,000 for 2,000 stocks for $5,000. And we would have been positive on both of those trades. But I'm extremely apprehensive. And I'm still trying to just exist within the market. You know what I mean? Soak in the market. And the more experience that we get, then I'm hoping the more confidence that I'll have in taking positions. But like these, it's stupid to try to get involved in this, right? So like here, we could wait for a pullback. Okay. But not only are we waiting for a pullback, we're then waiting for the confirmation that it's still going up. Right? And like this is too, it went all the way down here. So that's not good. But there's the stair step, and you expect some pullbacks. Right? Buy, pullback. Buy, pullback. Okay? Because it's these guys selling off, taking profit. It goes up, people take profit. Right? So it's normal. But we could have got in at 218 here. Okay? And 230 is the peak. 218 wouldn't be bad. Right? But right here, it's showing that it's basically spent. That's the problem of trying to buy the pullback. So we don't want to buy until we see a recovery. Right? And not even just a recovery, but then we want confirmation of a recovery. Right? Or a new floor. So if we would have bought this, we can take a position here for fun, because we need to put some skin in the game. So let's just do it just as practice. Okay? But I'm not buying until I see a recovery, in confirmation of a recovery. But then here, that looks so bad. If these are basically equal, $221, $217 to $230. Alright, we'll take a position at 217. Okay? Or try to. It's gone. Or maybe we'll go 218. So we've seen the recovery. Now we might be a little late to get our position, but it should be fine. But these aren't necessarily the kind of trades that I want to be taking. MACD's still positive. Oh, but actually I kind of want to get out. We're not in. It's the buying power is over. at the moment. So we didn't take a position, but it's about to cross over on the 1 minute, which means it's, I think, the up momentum is going to be done. Okay. BCHMY. Let me go. The reason why I say hymns is because they've got the app. So does it not come up? BCHMY? Am I doing something wrong here? Why doesn't it show up here? I'm not sure why they doesn't come up on Finviz. American Depository ADR, ADR. American Depository Receipt, ticket symbol, Bachem Holding AG, a Swiss biotech company, makes peptides. They produce active pharmaceutical ingredients for drug makers. They're in Switzerland. And so they will also benefit from it. I'm not saying that HIMSS is the only one that's going to benefit from it. Okay? Everyone will. Everyone that's in the peptide market is going to benefit from it. But why I'm bullish on HIMSS is they are the forward face of it. Okay? They already have a good portion of the American market when it comes to, they're more of a tech company. They've got places in America where they can produce it. They're expanding their ability to produce because they did come into an issue of not having the production volume for the GLP-1s when they were selling or when it was hot. But they will be the ones selling it direct to consumer. These guys, BCHMY, they will profit too, because maybe they mass produce it, and maybe they sell to HIMSS when HIMSS isn't able to. You know what I mean? Or they sell to Walgreens, right? Or they sell to, so they will benefit from it. There will be a lot of people that do. Okay? I don't know exactly who's going to get, how much of the market, but I know that HIMSS will get at least probably 20-30% of the market, But I think anyone involved in it is going to see a big boon, because they can sell to American consumers, right? And we know if you can sell direct to American consumers, that's your biggest profit margin, okay? But because no one controls the IP, everyone can make it, right? Why was GLP-1 so expensive? Well, because, Novo and everyone else wanted to make sure there was a big-ass markup. You know what I mean? But what happened to the GLP-1 market when people like Robinhood, or not Robinhood, but Hims, are selling it dirt cheap, right? The floor keeps going down until they all basically agree, all right, this is the floor. Just a bit head start. More risk reward. You're right. You're not wrong, right? They have the supply ready. They know, they've seen the same shit we have, so they will be prepared. What they do need to do is they need to make their inroads. They need to make, well, who's selling our shit, right? They might be the supplier, but they still need to find how to get to the buyer, right? And that's why my chips are in front of Hims, because they get to the buyer and they can produce. They may not, they're in preparation to be able to hit the ground running. They even just bought another facility in the East Coast, okay, for capacity. But they've also been found, we might have something here. So they're positioning themselves to be the direct-to-consumer. They do have a lawsuit, but their track record has shown that they can handle themselves in court, despite being and they were also found to be buying the Chinese fucking products of GLP-1 when they were lacking production, which is not good. But also it shows they're gonna do whatever the fuck they can. So this is popping up right now, 250 or 150, but there's not a lot of wiggle room here. It's about to pop up, but I don't see. Look at all these sellers from earlier. Oh, this happened. All these fuckers are trying to. I just don't see it happening. See how it tried here? And then all these fuckers kept it down. And it's gonna probably happen again. 154, really? Okay. Oh well. Then it went all the way down to $1.19. It can maybe go to 160 here. No, it's already done. There's just too many sellers on this. That's the thing about like these. This one's, it might have 2 million shares being traded, but there's so many, it's fucking just loaded. So there's no room to grow. This one just took a massive shit. I don't think we want to play with it. PMI went up to 815. It's still going up. Is there any news on PMI? Quarterly revenue beats forecast at 646. So they're still vibing on this. Right here. They went from 650 to 8, still going up. We could have gone in around here. We were watching it. Here's the pullback. Even if they get pushed through to being allowable, everything's got risk. But they've been being used for 50 years. There's enough anecdotal evidence, and there will be better medical evidence once they get pushed through. One thing we can agree is that they're getting pushed through. Okay? The dude that's in head of the FDA, like him, don't like him, he is pro-peptide. Okay? He said it on the Joe Rogan Experience. And good to see you, Little Wing. development biologist. I mean, we can agree. We can discuss it. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh! Oh, come on! I was afraid to take this, but it's still going up. Now it's like, again, I feel like it's too late. We thought I was too late at 7:25. It's gone up $1 in another fucking 25 minutes. It can, yes, you're right. 100%. Wolverine stack has a huge chance of inflaming cancer cells, and I expect to hear things about it. 100%. And that's why you need to be careful with it. Okay, with everything you need to be careful. Okay, and you're gonna need, and you're gonna, oh my gosh, this is just crazy. From like 5, around 6:50, this was the news right here. But we could have gone in at 7. That is just crazy. We're just going to watch this one and see. But no matter the risk, guess what? People have been using it for over 50 years. Okay? Fuck you, Trump. You're yeah, I mean, I'm maybe there's Elon as a person, you know, every human's flawed. But I support SpaceX, right? I support Tesla. I look forward to the efforts that he's doing. I even may move from Claude over to Cursor, which he bought for $60 million or $60 billion recently. And there's going to be a lot of quality of life increase to the average human because of his efforts. It broke fucking 9. Holy shit. We just watched it go up $1 in 5 minutes. Everyone's expecting a SpaceX Tesla merger now, right? Everyone's talking about that. But I think there's a lot of benefit of keeping them separate. Everyone's talking about it just makes sense to put them together. But I think that it also makes a lot of sense to keep them separate, especially since SpaceX is now a defense company too. Those haven't been used for 50 years. Peptides is an incredibly general term. The Wolverine stack together may not have, but the origins of BP-157 come from Pavlov, right? They were focused down to what we now know as BP-157 from some Croatians back in the 1950s, okay? They've been using them, and then the bodybuilder community has been using them ever since, okay? People in in a lot of sports industries, you know, bikers from around the world doing Tour de France and all that shit, they've been using them because they're not against the rules. It's not a steroid. So we've got a lot of anecdotal evidence. Okay? That's why I'm bullish about it. Okay? Are there some bad things that could happen? Clinical trials, yes. And this is where I understand. Okay? And that is the reason we've never had them in America. Okay? But because they're now being pushed through, okay, we will get that anecdote. It won't be just anecdotal evidence. Okay? It won't be, all. The fact of the matter is because of the anecdotal evidence, there's over a $2 billion gray market in America, okay? And it's used around the world within different circles, and no one's coming out saying that they're bad. There's no anecdotal evidence saying that they've ruined people's lives, okay, over a long period of time. I'm just saying, don't you use them, or I'm going to use them. If I could get them now, I would have used them. I've been in love with BP-57 for a long time, or 157 for a long time. I've wanted to get the Wolverine stack for over a decade, but I wasn't willing to buy them from China and ship them from Croatia. But when I know that I've got a compound pharmacy down the street, okay, that will be able to make them, that I could go there and be able to get verified, we'll schedule our chat. Because there's a lot of benefits, and you're right, there's a lot of risk. Okay? And that's one thing that I'm willing to risk. Absolutely. The scary thing is if you're prone to cancer, or if you've got we're finally getting the pullback here, but down from 950. So went from 645 was the news at 650 all the way up to 950, stabilizing around 850. I'm super excited for 2027. It will be the year of peptides, 100%. Whether they're good or bad. Okay, whether they're good or bad, 2027 will be the year of peptides. Okay, and we'll get a lot more by the end of, and it's just the beginning. Okay, GLP-1s opened up the conversation, and I went to my doctor, and I did get a prescription for Wegovy. Never used it. Okay, but I was interested enough where I wanted to just see, what they said, that I could, either get a GLP-1. I wasn't willing to use it. Okay, I was interested in it, but I was looking at the studies done in Europe, right? We've got a clear, there's clear cases of it's not super good. It does work, but it does eat up a lot of muscle. Clinical trials. I won't boop you for that, but they're still not good. The GLP-1s, you need to have a high, now we know it does eat a lot of muscle. It does do, certain things that I'm not a fan of. Okay? Personally, though they do their job, they do great. But now, as we can look at the reason why Eli Lilly, right? What is it? Eli Lilly is going so crazy is because of their clinical trials of Retta. Okay? And I'm liking the clinical trials of Retta. I like the fact that over time it's shown at a medium 8 milligrams or whatever else that it's removed over 50% of visceral fat around the liver. And it's shown to not consume muscle, to not go after the muscle as much, right? And so this is an evolution, and it takes time. It's an evolution of the understanding of the GLP-1s, of that family of peptides, okay? And the trials have been amazing. It's been so great that you can buy Retta right now. I thought Novo did insulin too. Are they the yeah? So that's insane. Um, is the brain is mostly fat and cholesterol? And there's a lot of unknowns. There will always be a lot of unknowns, and we can only take our best. Here, we could be looking for something else here. Um, but I am extremely, extremely, extremely bullish on peptides. Okay, I'm not saying that they're you shouldn't be cautious. As you've heard, I'm cautious. I even went in and and was about to take it because I could use a little assistance. I think my metabolism isn't doing great, but what I wanted was the things that the bodybuilders use to curb appetite. But it doesn't just do that. It makes your cell shake more. It increases ATP or energy use at a cellular level, which can be very risky. But it's against, I think they call it clem or tren. Maybe it's tren, right? It's very risky. Um, but that's, so that while in a sedentary state, which I am a lot, right, then my body's still doing those things, you know? But obviously it's not legal, so I didn't do it. But I am interested in those things, right? I am interested in a lot of the peptides that are coming out. One of them increases the valve channel of the cell, okay? And what it does is it increases basically your ATP. It increases your energy generation, okay? So not energy usage, but by dilating the valves of the cell, it's allowing a larger flow, which in turn is creating more energy. That's one of them that's on the approval for the FDA, right? The Epi one, we can look at it. The Epi one does a bunch of different things, and there is another one too. And then the other one that was, I looked at them all, but there does need to be a lot more research and study on them. Okay, but what I'm excited about is that there finally will be. There finally will be. Okay. Because we can. So the MOXC is and the energy activates AMPK, which is the main energy regulating switch inside cells. Helps cells burn glucose and fat more efficiently, much like high intensity training. Okay. So yes, I didn't even know I didn't know this is the one I was interested in, but this is the one that helps cells burn more energy. Okay, that means for fat, lazy people at the computer like me. Now I do eat healthy. I'm just not very active. Okay, but it was it this one that they used in like mice and in monkeys, and it just made them fucking ripped. I go for walks, but not during August. When I have my friend's dog, I take it on walks all the time. I was taking my mom on walks constantly, because she, obviously I need it, but I do it more for others than myself. You know what I mean? But this is the thing that I'm interested in. Okay? I don't necessarily want to be a super big gym goer. I've never been a big gym goer. Okay? I do have a year-round gym membership. 2 miles away from me, there's the Palm Desert Park. Okay? I used to go there all the time, and there's a YMCA. I've got access to a full gym, $50 a year. Okay? When you talk about activating various cell receptors possibly functioning as transcription factors, there can be dozens, 100. I'm there with you, little. I'm there with the concern, but the problem is it's now 2026, And we don't have, the only reason we don't have that research is because big pharma can't profit off of it. There's no value in the R&D because they can't own the product. You know what I mean? So our own system for the last 50 years was not incentivized, okay? Despite the value, the absolute value, okay? And so this push is going to bring so much value with, you know, we can call it all the caveats you want, okay? You know, and I'm down for concern. That's why, like, I wanted to take the GLP-1 2 years ago, and I still haven't. One, because it takes me fucking forever to do anything, okay, to pull the trigger. If there's something I want to buy, you know, it takes me 6 months to buy it. You know what I mean? Because you call it patience, you call it laziness, whatever you want. It's not indecision because I decided I wanted it a while ago. But I'm willing to wait and let things progress and see. I like to see a lot more clinical research. I've been following the Retta research. I've been following the GLP-1 research in Europe because they have a larger basis for it. There's not a lot of anecdotal research to go off of with these, okay? But now that it's going to be in the American market, okay, and it's being taken out of the gray market, despite it existing there for 100 years, not 100 years, but at least, you know, 30 plus years, we're going to be able to see all of those things. And then what's going to happen is the same thing that we saw with these GLP-1s. Okay, we're going to get a combination. Now, is it going to take time? Let it take time, right? But we're going to see this, you know, now Retta has 3 different receptors, right? It's a combination of things. Well, it did this, but now we can do this and this to counter the negative thing that the GLP-1s were doing, which was focusing or consuming more muscle and focusing more on the fats. You know what I mean? And then you add in the MOTS-c. Well, where now sedentary people are able to, you know, you take this plus this and the Wolverine stack and a little bit of exercise, you know what I mean? And people that found it hard or difficult to be able to be healthy, I'm not familiar with methylene blue, no, are able to be fucking jacked. Have you seen those jacked mice? You know what I mean? That are insane. By the intravenous injection, dangerous blood disorder that impairs oxygen delivery. Oxidized iron back to its normal oxygen carrying state. Promoted in low doses by wellness groups for memory, focus, mitochondrial energy. Anti-aging studies for potential antioxidant neuroprotective effects. Serotonin syndrome. Mixing it with antidepressants can life-threatening reactions for when mixed with other shit. So anti-cognitive enhancement, is that what it is? What actually is it? That impairs oxygen delivery? Oh, is this what he was mixing with? I've got to do a little more. I'm not familiar with it. But I got to actually see what it does. Like, what is it a chemical? Like, it's a synthetic salt. Okay. I've got to look into it more. I'll keep it open, but I got to look into it more before I, like, you know, am able to give you more of an opinion. This is one of them that's being approved. Okay. This is another anti-inflammatory. It's on every ambulance in the U.S. And so if it's already approved, it's already in use. I don't know if what was it? The one that did like, was it epithelium? This is one I think that I'm interested in taking. I think, was this the one for cellular longevity? I think I saw like an anecdotal thing of a dude taking a lot of this. It helps with sleep, but the anecdotal experiences I've seen with this is that people say that it anecdotally it helps with telomere maintenance, but also people get more REM sleep with this, and that they're more clear-headed during the day, that they're more lucid. It's supposed to potentially have anti-aging, better sleep, and potentially, helps with cellular longevity. So this one I'm interested in. But more studies, of course, absolutely. But that's what I look forward to. There will be a lot of people taking it, and I'll be waiting to see what happens to them. With some of them, I'm down to use, the methylene blue, I don't know if I'll mess with it. I'm not a big fan of injections. I like the fact that most of them you can add a salt, and take them as a pill. Add it to your water. Oh, nice. Any of these, just hit me up on Discord. I mean, we can talk about it all right here. I'm willing to hear your opinion. And, these are, I can tell you from the FDA approved peptides, these are the ones I'm interested in taking. BP157, TB500, MOTS-c, epithalin. Okay? For sure I'll be taking these two. I've been waiting for these for a long time. And then we might even be taking Retta. Okay? In 2027, we're going to be on peptides. Okay? And if I'm the bad example, if you guys find out I've got fucking massive cancer growing because of, TB500, you'll find out. Okay? But these 4 plus Retta in moderation. Okay? Right? With caution and everything, but those are the ones that I'm extremely interested in exploring. And I look forward to it. That's why we started researching which companies do we think are going to be on the forefront of it. You know what I mean? And through my limited knowledge and research, I've come to Hims as being the front marketplace for retail vendors, or for retail, the retail market, okay, where they're going to capture a significant portion of the American market direct to consumer. They do have a lawsuit with FDA currently, because what they would do is you could buy it on your phone, okay, and then you had to schedule, by law you have to schedule they do telehealth so that you talk with a physician, and then they'd send you the goods. And FDA is saying you did bad because you need to first talk with a physician and then buy it and then get it sent to you. Okay? It does not improve ATP absorption. It's an alternative electron carrier for redox reactions that occurs during the production of ATP. Methylene blue. During production. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know if I'm into that one, personally. It's cool if it's there everywhere. It's not a superpower that I personally want. You know what I mean? I can tell you why I want these superpowers, right? BP 157 it's your gut's ability to heal your body. This brings more focus to healing. It can affect and make cancer go crazy. You know what I mean? This is similar to the trend or the thing that the bodybuilders use, where it's making your cells use more energy in a static state. Okay, amongst other things. And this one helps with sleep, and cellular longevity, as well as potentially conscious clarity. Okay, that's why I'm interested in the ones that I am, and there's a lot of other things to them, you know. But and then the Retta is when I saw that on a large scale, even at only 4 milligrams, that Retta was able to remove over 50% of visceral fat around the liver. Okay, and you bring that up to like 8 milligrams, there started to be a lot more side effects. But it brought up to, I think there was like a cutoff. Like the people at 12 milligrams saw no more, but up to like 80% of visceral fat around the liver. You know what I mean? While not affecting muscle mass. I was like, this is crazy. If it was just alone, okay, the visceral fat around the liver, if that's all it did, you know what I mean? It's fucking amazing. But then it does so much more, you know? And so there's a lot of really, really, really cool things. But yes, please, more research, more effort, more energy. But the only way we're going to get that in America, okay, because we're the people that control the system, okay, they are not incentivized through profit because of research and development, because they can't control the IP to be able to do it. Okay, and that's not going to change. Now, with these things being brought in, okay, there's going to overweight people are profitable, exactly. There's a lot of profit in keeping people sick and keeping people using things, right? But the wellness and health of America, I think, will be by 2026. I think by 2030, we are going to see an extreme difference in the average health of people, because these things will not be expensive. Okay? Now, there may be spin-offs. Okay? There may be things like how Retta's doing it, where they've made they're making now a specialized version that does multitudes of things. That's the thing I also look forward to. Right? BP 157, TB 500, they are the ones that we've recognized that they do this, but with AI and everything else, we're going to have fucking hybrid AI versions that do a bunch of things all at once. And What's that mean? Well, it means we're going to have Resident Evil kind of shit happening as well. We're going to have outrageous fucking cancers, you know. We're going to be creating new cancers. You know, we're going to be creating new fucking problems. But there will also be, you know, a bunch of really, really cool ones too. You know? And everything with balance, everything with moderation. This one hasn't. I think we were here. It hasn't gone once. Little bastards. Awful's only gone up 10 seconds. It's just one of the things I look forward to. All of, you know, like, I'm very optimistic for that one you're interested in. Trials fail is lack of participants that meet the needed requirements. I think Reddit's good. They've got more than enough. Do you know that there's a bigger market for fucking Reddit right now? That this is the thing that pisses me off. Reddit's still in trial, right? I can Google Reddit and buy it right now. Okay. Look. I can buy. It's not approved on the FDA. Being fucking advertised #1. Okay? I can buy Reddit 10 different places. Right now. Okay? Research grade. Okay? It's not been approved. But, and do you know where this comes from? This comes from fucking China. Okay? This pisses me off. Okay? This is why we need to legalize or make a regulated market for all of these peptides. Because otherwise, all of the work, all of the effort and energy that was to create this, to do the safe fucking research, and to do all the things, and some other fucker in some other country just says, oh, let's get it and copy it and sell it to the fucking American consumer. That pisses me right the fuck off. Okay? We go through a lot of effort to make sure shit's safe. And shit takes time. I get it. I understand. I hate how long things take. You know what I mean? They call it American peptides. It is an American fucking discovery. Well, I don't know if the company is actually American. But, you know, like, we're doing the research. And then, you know, anyone who how the fuck is the American consumer supposed to know that American peptides advertised #1 on fucking Google? You know what I mean? And so it does need to be regulated. It does need to be, you know, like, we need to be making sure that the American consumer is getting things that are approved. There's this huge fucking gray market for all of it. You know what I mean? And the clinical trials are in late stage, near the end, right? And so they're like, oh, look how good this is. And then they just go and fucking mass produce it. And now and guess what? Everyone's buying it. You don't think all those looks maxers, all the fucking bodybuilders, right? All the fucking trophy wives, they're not buying that? And because they can get it cheap. They can get it cheap. They've seen the same thing I've seen, where they watch some goddamn TikTok. You know? That pisses me to no end. There's a lot of effort and energy that goes in to making sure, you know, we go by the rules that we're exploring, possibilities, and a lot of things don't make it through. Everyone's excited about Red. I am too. But, and you wonder why no one wants to invest in these things. This is a great fucking example. A $2 billion market being stolen by China. Because we're in late stage fucking trials. And get away with it because they put research only. I just got to click a thing that says, oh yeah, it's for research. And all of the effort and energy. Now, hopefully, eventually, it will be approved, and then a lot of insurance companies are gonna, make deals and stuff. But then that gets into all of the corruption. These are really low volume. EMI is stuck at 884. Are you serious? Even after this? We haven't... Oh, it's just crashed. And whoa, it went up to fucking 1066. We finally see the crash here. At 1066. We were watching it around here, 725. Okay, so we missed out on this. But if I'm honest, I'm not like super focused on taking trades right now. I'm very, very passive on this. I'm not like, as much as I want to like make money on the the stock market. I'd like taking my time. We've taken 2. This is where we're at. I've taken 2 10 stock trades. One at 238 to 235, 5-minute trade, and then 238 to 245 on SWVL. That's it. On this one. And it put a bad taste in my mouth. I did right here. Twice. Loving no more PDT. What's PDT? I thought this was gonna break twice, and I failed. I did, and I got out. I got out positive. But 2 false breakouts. I don't. It's pattern day trading, high volume, volatile intraday trading, I guess is what I'm trying to do. But what I'm looking for is these moments right here. There is a couple. Yeah, I'm brand new to it. I'm a noob. I'm completely fine to say it. That's why I'm patient. Also, now that I have you guys to gossip with, I'm a lot less like focused. Like the last week or 2, I've been trying to do this, waking up at 5, 6 in the morning, and just existing in it. There's a real interesting thing that always happens at like 4 a.m. on a lot of these. And so I'm just trying to get used to it. Right? I'm just trying to be in it, and I did last Friday was the first time I took 100 share trades. Okay. I'm not doing any margin, 0 on margin. Okay, it's just, liquid. I've got about 5K that I'll play with. Okay, it's money I'm willing to lose, but I obviously don't want to lose. I'd like to make money. But I'm also not like money hungry, greedy to just, sit here and fucking gamble. You know, I'm okay with taking time, and I'm afraid of losing. So even though like we sat here and we watched PMI this whole time, we watched it from 7, we watched it to 8, it went up to 10. Any of these trades would have been great, and now it's done, it's spent. This is the trade of the day right here, PMI, and I missed it. I didn't miss it because we sat here and watched it, right? At any time I could have gone in and I couldn't have gone wrong. This whole time I couldn't have gone wrong. Up to here, but obviously we would have been out. I'm not educated enough either, Melvy, but I'm confident enough to say that I'm learning, and I'm patient enough to sit here and try. I'm gonna play Valheim 1.0. Yeah, I'm looking for. We need to decide who to play Valheim with. I think we should play Valheim 1.0 with another streamer. There's pattern recognition. There's a lot of things called indicators, like this right here. Okay, is the MACD indicator. And it's the moving average. I changed the colors up a little bit. But there are so many indicators. Okay. And do it with Melvy. We could, but I mean, like Melvy would have to put her cam back on. I don't know if she'd want to do something like that. But we should find an e-girl to play Valheim 1.0 with. I think that'd be fun. I'm not a streamer. You can still play with us. We could make a server, but it makes more fun, or it makes it, more fun stream content. I think it'd be fun. But I'd invite you, Melvy, if you're willing to put your cam back on. If not, we'll have to find a different e-girl. But maybe we'll make a server so that everyone can come and make your own, build or building. We could do mods, and stuff like that. We're actually something we need to work on. And this is, again, like doing this, I feel like is vulnerable the right word? I feel vulnerable showing me do this kind of stuff, right? Because it shows how inept I am. It shows how dumb I am. That I don't know. That I don't know these things. And same thing with like playing with, things like this. It shows how much you don't know. And so I'm showing vulnerability by trying to learn, right? And a lot of it, and showing how many times we're gonna fail. Oh, here's a potential. That's a little odd there. What is this? Tax. It's up 40 cents. What is this? Over here? But I have no idea what I'm doing. And when I do, like, so we're way high here, and it's already coming down. So I think it might be, whenever I think it's too late, right? Like I thought it was too late on PMI, and it went up another $2. Are you kidding me? If I would have put in 1,000 shares, this was a $2,000 profit that I missed today. You know what I mean? Later, Little Wing. Great to see you. And now it's going to take a massive shit. But I'm happy that we were here for it, because the more experience that I get with these things, you know what I mean? The more confident I'm gonna have. Hopefully not false confidence. But we're gonna be able to, you know, maybe I do want to get to the point where I am risking those 1,000 shares, because that's the only way we're gonna actually make money. Is if you risk, you know. But I'm definitely afraid of taking that trade and just having my first huge red day. I am fucking deathly afraid of that. Oh, but Valheim comes out on September 9th. So it wouldn't be until, it's not another 2 weeks away for Valheim 1.0. Netcap. What's the symbol? NCPL, yeah, went up to number 1. I don't fuck with we could do like an open server. I think if Hatred and his better half want to play, you know what I mean, we could do like a server, the final, because it'll be the final time we play Valheim, you know what I mean? So we'll make a big server, maybe put just a couple of mods to make it fun, and so that we can have a couple of people that want to, you know, join or experience it at their own pace. I think it'd be cool. So the next game I do plan on playing, War Dogs. Looks, a lot of people are playing War Dogs. I'm kind of bummed I missed out on Mistfall Hunters. Not a lot of mods, but like just some basic ones, like for like enchanting or better, you know, better loot, you know, that kind of stuff. I've seen Legends of California, but in its like extremely rough state. I'm like over fucking early access survival games, if I'm honest to you. I'm super jaded on early access survival games to the nth degree, you know. I will pay for a finished game, you know what I mean? But I am just a jaded old man when it comes to early access survival. But so NCPL, I don't fuck with these. Same as being super jaded on early access survival. I'm not trading for 0.2 pennies. The Indians can have them. The Chinese can have them. Whoever else wants to play for a fucking fifth of a nickel or fifth of a penny, you have at it. It can go 200%. You haven't even reached a goddamn dollar. You know what I mean? I can do it. And yeah, it's just you're trading in such high volume, you know, and different things. No. I will trade for a penny. Okay? I'm looking for nickels. I'll nickel and dime. I'm not going for a fifth of a fucking penny. So my goal is like $1.50, $2 minimum, really. That's when it starts, you start getting a big enough range, right? Like this $3 one. It's got 90 million volume on the day, 240K volume on the last candle. All right, so we're getting around 200K. The high-low isn't good here, but opened at 310, lows 288, highs 312. Right, that's about a quarter range. Right, a quarter range on 1,000 shares is $250. Okay, so I risk 3,000, and in less than 5 minutes I can make $250. Now the range on 310, not always, but here about 20 cents. I'm looking for a minimum of 20-cent range if I'm right in the wave. But obviously we're looking for that breakout for 50 cents to $1, right, on 1,000 shares. That's really what I'm looking for. Okay, that's my, at least the thing I want to be involved in. Now we haven't very much, because I'm a pussy, right? But that's what I'm looking for. Gen 1 was so terrible. I'm so pissed off at ARK. The amount of, like, the thing is it is their business model to just release. I swear, if we go through and we make this AI game, okay, that it'll have less bugs than fucking a Snail Games DLC. How can it be so fucked up? You know? Like, they've got to be vibe coding themselves over there. I wanted to give them, Snail, the benefit of the doubt that that over a decade they've learned, that they've become better. You know what I mean? That they are going to become more refined, and it's just more dog shit after more dog shit. You know? There is no version of quality assurance. There's no version of fucking, you know, and if they do, then they're dog shit. I'm sorry to say. They need to be fired. And if you think I'm wrong, why does everyone else think that? Right? Why does everyone else in the fucking world think that? Why did you just have to do a fucking 5-to-1 buyback to bring your stock to $5 recently? Recently. In the last few months, they did a stock buyback. For every 5 shares you had, you got 1. Okay? And now it's down almost 50% from that point. And they had to do the stock buyback because their shit was below $1. And it was near time that they were going to be removed from the stock market. So they did a huge fucking, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if it's a stock buy. There's a word for it. So that they didn't get kicked off the market. And now they're down 50% from that time. It wasn't a stock buyback. Let's go here. And there's a word for it. Like I said, I'm a dumbass. I don't know all the terms. Oh, guess what their decision is? They're bringing out Survival of the Fittest again. Snail stock split. Carrying out a reverse stock split is what it's called. A reverse stock split in July. Okay. A 1-to-5 on July 2nd. Okay? And so it was up to $5 since July. Okay? So since here. Okay? And then it did, because of that, it went all the way up to here. I'm not sure. It might be around here. So July 2nd. So I guess that would have been a good time. I was shocked. I didn't understand it. You know? And then it went up to here. And then now we're here a month and a half later. And they're from after the reverse stock split, bringing it above $5, they're down 50%. Okay? So they did all that. They got some attention, huge sell-off here on August 11th. But no one thinks Snail's doing good. Not their players, not the fucking stock market. And it's just going to get worse. They're going to release their survival of the fittest to an extremely small player base. One thing that's interesting is I did see that they were like advertising the survival of the fittest in China. They don't advertise very well here in America, you know. So they may have a decent player base over in China, maybe, but not here in America. Yo, what's up, Ellie? We've taken 2 trades today. I should have taken another. I missed out on PMI, even though we were sitting here watching it. This is the one. Basically, every day there's one stock that I knew I should have traded, and this is the one. This is the one that we should have traded that we didn't. We were here watching it. Okay? It's now 8:30. I don't know if we're going to find another. But this is the one we were watching around 7:20. And we basically watched it, we watched it go up to like 8 or 9, and then 20 minutes later it hit 10. So I should have been in this trade. And I wasn't. But this is what we're looking for. Okay? And as we're going through a lot of these, I spent a lot of time looking at this one. Waiting for it to flip over. So I wasted my morning on this one. And I took 2 trades here. And then it was a good thing that we haven't. But look, it was always almost. Always almost, but never quite. So we're trying to find another one. I'd like to try to take another trade today. But I'm not... Oh, those are both bad. I'm interested in this one. Did we miss out on this one? Yeah, I think so. I think we were watching this one. But it wasn't... There's not a huge swing here. Command and Conquer? Really? That's crazy. We could try doing some like ride the wave trades. Now at 8:30, it's rare. It's going to be rare to find any more breakouts for a while. The breakouts happen at like early morning, right? And then like at around 6:30 to 7, we'll get some breakouts. Let's look at, well, when was this breakout? Yeah, look, 6:30. This one went all the way to 7:45. That's a long, it's a long time. There's going to be a huge sell-off of this one. So the problem is all the big, like, daily gainers, they just go into this, like, slow sell-off. And you know what, tomorrow what we'll do is, right now I only have SWVL and PMI on my today. Okay, but generally, like, tomorrow, we'll look at these at the beginning of like market open, and they're all, like, a lot of the times, a lot of these daily gainers go to negative from the day before, right? That, like, they'll be up all day and then just basically at the end of the day, because a lot of people are playing with them, they become the game board. But it's not necessarily good for the company. Maybe it's good for like the people in the company because they sell off a bunch of their stocks. You know what I mean? But like overall, morning drop, they're just, yeah, but that's what I mean. It's the day traders game board, all these daily gainers. And it's not necessarily good for the companies. There's no way OFL went down. Look at this. We were looking at OFL when it was like at $1.40. And this is what happens. It was down to 77 cents. But it's already down to 87 cents. So this is what happens. Everyone, we make some money. We write Ape Strong together. There's a bunch of people using different bots or APIs. I'm sure I don't know if there's people shorting or they short here. You know what I mean? And then there's just a fucking sell-off into oblivion on a lot of these. And that's what I mean. Like when we get to like 8:30, 9:30, like a lot of this happens early. All of the action is early on, and then it's just a slow and steady like spiral to death. So it's already about done. Oh. But what we can do is, so around this time, because a lot of the top gainers, we missed it. Okay, we can go through them. We've missed it. Now this one could still be going up. I need to look at and see, but it's not one that I'll play with. This one can still rise, right? It's a decent pullback. This is a decent pullback, right? So it's perfectly fine. It could keep going. We are on a sell-off here, but it's not bad. So this could still keep going for a little bit, but it's probably spent. And I'm not willing to get in at this point because there's no way, especially now that the MACD on the 30-second and the 1 minute is negative. The RSI is on a negative downtrend. even though it's done this twice, you know, to me, it's just going to do it again. It's just going to be going lower. So that's not a position I want to take at all. Even if it means I miss out, that's fine. I miss out. Okay. This is number 3 gainer, right? It's on a huge ass downtrend. There's no way and I've tried a couple of days, like, oh, I'm gonna wait. Now this one's turning over, right? I'm gonna buy right here. I've made this mistake a couple of times. Now I've only done it with, with one stock, right? Because I'm trying to learn. But where you see the histogram, okay, I want to catch it before the MACD crosses over. And it can happen, right? And it'll probably happen. But the problem is it could also just fucking revert and tank. Now, on this one, yeah, it has a lot of opportunity to tank. Okay? It's up a $1.30 for the day. This is still in play. Okay? But it's just not one we want to play with. Okay? Because it's just gonna, if we look at DAIC later, it's not gonna be at 80%. It'll probably be back down here. It's just the trend that all of these huge daily gainers, they're big daily gainers for a little bit, and then everyone fucking sells off and moves on. Gem just had a massive, so this one's probably, yeah, look, it's temporarily halted. When you see this happen, there's a huge gap. That means there's a halt. Now, it does mean that this is a huge fucking gamble. Okay, let's look at the ladder. There's people buying all the way up here. 11K at $7. So this is going to go huge. 24 at 694 though. Okay? So there's a lot of people. This is a bunch of people are betting. A bunch of people are betting 25K at 744. Okay? This can go fucking skyrocket to, what is it? 690, 639. Okay? And it's going up. It'll be going up. Okay? And this is kind of met here. Okay? But it's going to go up. I think it could probably break 7. Okay? But then, no, it won't break 7. But, I mean, obviously it could. But we're going to see a huge fucking... These are fun to watch. I've gone into 2 of these trades. And most of them, they go up so quick, and then everyone sells off instantly. Plus all the people that are in positions. Okay? I think so. One thing that I'm concerned with is my, token amount. I don't think we're going to be able to do a lot. But I think we just hit run. I need to learn Gauntlet Loop. I didn't do my homework that I wanted to do. But we will, I think, probably 9:30, 10, where we'll mess with it. From, learning more, I think I want to move to Cursor. But we'll watch some YouTube videos. Are you guys down to, watch some YouTube videos? Because I got to learn some things. So I know what the hell I'm doing. So that we can try to figure it out. Win millionaire? I don't want to be a millionaire. I don't want to be looked at as a millionaire. I don't want to... I just need enough. I do, okay. The videos that we're going to be watching is going to be about using AI to create video games. Okay? Yeah, the thing is I don't want to be looked at as a wealthy person. I would rather be poor and be able to trust you guys because you're here for me, not because you think I've got clout or money. I don't want to be around people that want to be around people for clout or money. You know what I mean? If Mr. Beast wanted to come to my house, I'd tell him no. I've only been here because of your hair. You know what I mean? I don't... that's not me. I don't wear branded shirts, right? I don't fucking wear brands. I don't want to be in that class of people. And the moment people think you're a millionaire or have a bunch of money, right? Or think that you have clout. Like, I don't want to be a hater, so I don't want to say specific names. But there's people out there that there's no reason they should be popular. And the only reason they're popular is because they were associated to someone that was popular. Despite the fact that the reason that they were popular is because they lied about their popularity. You know what I mean? They made number go up. Right? And so it's all a lie. You know? And so you're telling me because one person lied, oh, look at this. Went up to 769, 720, 725. Here's the fight right here. Okay? It went from 660 all the way to 771. And everyone's scrambling. Everyone's scrambling. 780, 790 from 690 or like from 635. And people are still buying. Look, it's clear. All the positions, except for up to like 770. And so we're going to get a bunch of people just going crazy on this one. Absolutely crazy. Only 675,000 from 100K. 6 times the volume. It's still moving. Look at this. RSI is at 91. This is not sustainable. It broke $8. Volume's almost at 1 million shares. From 100,000 shares on this one. So it looks like it's stabilizing. A lot of people are just taking profit. But they're pushing it up. That's crazy. It's going to break 8 again. There's a 1K at 794. Yeah, I think it's done. I think that's the momentum. 60. Yeah, it's half the volume. It's spent. That's the rush right there. That it's gonna peter off here a little bit, but so we could have had a huge gain right there. We could have been in this one too. But this is so fucking risky. This is so fucking risky. When you see this, it went from double the volume. So here, double the volume. We looked at the ladder. The ladder looked like it was going up and went all the way up to 806. Okay? Stabilized at 750. Even if we bought in at 650, we could have made $1 right there. And $1 is huge. If I would have bought 1,000 shares of that, that would have been $1,000. If I would have bought 500 shares, you know, it's $500. And we saw it happen right here. We could have taken a position. The lowest it hit was 659. Starlink go public? SpaceX is public. Starlink is SpaceX, right? But so here's another one. We saw it. We had an opportunity. Okay. We can get the next one. The thing is like, I'm such a pussy. We could have. Why didn't I could just push the button and buy in? But like, these are super risky because it could have also just crashed. You know, these halted. People like the halt. You see people, and from our judgment, you know what I mean? It did look like there was a lot more buyers than sellers. It did look like it was going up, right? We had a 25K in it, and so I didn't think it was going to pass 8, and it did just barely. Okay, but like my guesstimation was correct, but trusting my guesses, I just don't trust them enough. You know, I'm still like watching, you know. I'm still gathering experience. But that's 2. We did make that call, right? So that in PMI, we made this call and that call. I'm happy making, even if I'm not in the what is this one? Are you finally gonna fucking go over? We're at 66. With you, let's start making money. I'm so afraid of losing though. I can't get past it yet. All what we have in here, we can lose. Do you think this one? No, look at this. So why we won't take this is this. 9K at 230, 234. All these people are trying to get out of their position. You see this? There's no breakout possibility here. So we need to stop looking at this stock today completely. Okay? Know what you're after, but like the company, we can take a look. I like to learn. That's what we're here to do. You're talking just Lynn right here. And that's a little rich for my blood. I could get 10 stocks. You know. Is this the one you're talking about? Industrial gas. Here, let's go. You're talking this one? Merging foreign, domestic, etc. Strong gains for gold, silver, copper, put materials sector. Are you sure this is the right one? Bloom Energy stock carries a multiple built on quarters. It's outgrown. barely moved while its order. See, this news isn't like, you gotta really dive deep in to like really get the meat of where it's at. Nice, it's got a 9% 3-year gain on dividends. 65,000 employees, a 31 P&E, which if they're doing a build out, that's going to be a lot less. They're consistent. No, I do like long term. Before we did this, for the first week, I was researching long term stuff, or I was doing medium term. What I'm doing now here on stream is for the early morning, like fucking feast. You know what I mean? But for long term, I've been I think SpaceX is great long term, right? But what I want to be in is this. For medium term, I want to be in HIMS, okay? But for long term, I've got a couple of ETFs I've been looking at, and I'm really, really enjoying SCHD. Look at their all-time. Since 2012. Even on the dips, it's very, very short term, and it's up average 9-12%. You know what I mean? Something I don't have. SpaceX is controlled by the bots. Okay? Get dunked by Visa. HIMS is getting beat up left and right. They're getting slapped by the FDA. They're getting fucking punched by everyone. But it don't matter. They're gonna come out on top. You just watch. 2027. Okay, but it's not gonna be right now. Okay, it's gonna be a little bit. They're being sued by the FDA, all this shit, but they're gonna come out on top. Okay, they're gonna have an explosion, but it's short, not short, but medium term. Okay, but I want this long term. If we make $500,000, then we dump it in this, and we live off the dividends. Okay, that's the plan. All right, this is what is it? A quarter? It's basically $1 dividend a year. Is what this comes out to be. Okay? No, is it a quarterly? So yeah. Each share is basically worth $1. Right? Which then, if you divide it by 12, each share is 12 cents a month. Or something like that. No, not 12. But yeah, basically you get $1 of dividends a year on this. Then divide that quarterly, or by monthly. So the goal long term is, to have an ETF that, for a while you auto invest dividends, which Robinhood on your phone, you can set it where it just automatically reinvest dividends and stuff, which is very, very, very cool. I looked at VOO, but it's a little. This is what everyone says to invest in because it's got a huge share price, and it's also very good. But you're getting more share price than you are getting dividend. Okay? And so these are two that are on the opposite spectrum. In the sense that they're both ETFs, they both give you dividends. On this one, you get about $1.90 a share. Okay? While Schwab, you get 25 cents a share. And, but that's did I do it times 4? I don't know if I did. Let's look at... Might have messed up. So you get 1.5% here. The growth of the dividends has been 5.92. And the... But the, whatchamacallit? The, like, cost was double for... this, but this is 3% with a way larger growth. Expense is 0.06. On VOO, it showed 0.03, so half the expense, but the dividend growth is almost double, and the dividend return is triple, right, on SCHD. While you're still getting the stock price growth is like average about 9 to 12%, okay, year over year since 2012, 2011, okay, but I'm not sure what comes out to be more dividend-wise, like yearly, because it would be 1.9. I think we did the math, but I'm not sure exactly how. I don't think that affects. Someone mentioned that the expenses were halved on here, but that doesn't affect this, right? Like this is still 1.4%. Unusual whales. Like real estate over stocks, but this is pretty interesting. I mean, yeah, this is a game. You know what I mean? Uncover trade that moves the market. We do need to make our own API. I'm not... And there's so much I don't know. And that's why I'm having fun with it, because every day I'm learning more. Before I was streaming, I subbed to Finviz. It's like $50 a fucking month. I was like, oh, alright, this is a little too much. Like, all these bitches, some of them on, like, right after the .com. Oh, just this whole thing. Okay, can we search? This is just too much for me. And I'm not doing puts and calls. I'm not doing a lot of that. Was this it? Okay. Here we go. So maximum yield is 20%, but you get risky. Like the more dividends, the more risk. too. It's real estate. So I'm not. It would be. I mean, it's cool. I might look at it later, but it's just too much for me. The few that I've settled on are like this one and SCHD, right? As you know, I like their track record, their year over year. I like their growth. This is the one that I'll be going for whatever reason. It speaks to me. It's only 3%. It's not a huge, price. It does get traded a lot as well. And it's enough where I could invest and I could put in, like 10 grand now and try to do, and keep buying over the next couple of years and just keep buying a good amount of stocks. So in 10 years, you know what I mean? I've accrued enough stocks where it matters. Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo's at 84. Can we... So it's at a high. 3 years at 15%, 6%. 205,000 employees. 2.26%. Well, it's not terrible. But for some reason, I like the price point of Schwab. I like that it's low. And that it's shown growth since 2012. You know what I mean? I mean, this one's from 13. In 12, it was 24. And it's gone to 85, which is crazy. Since 2012, the same around time of Schwab. It's crazy that it's 15% on the 3-year growth of dividends. That's crazy. 2.26%. 2%. So this is great. I think it's, I don't know, it doesn't show I think these numbers are better. But again, I'm not educated enough to fully. And this is interesting to see. When we were first messing around, we were looking at these, but a lot of them that we were looking at, they don't get updated. Yeah, no, it looks good. And from 2024, it's almost tripled from 2024, which is crazy good. I'll see. That's why we moved away from FinViz. Because they want fucking... It's like $50 a month. I'll still use it for the news. But all these bitches, they want $50 a month. Or there's some for $200 a month. Which is just crazy. Oh, is NASA still going on? I was watching this.
ESA astronaut Sophie Adano have completed their buddy checks. During those buddy checks, each of the crew members examined the other one's suits and tethers to make sure that everything was in order before they began moving away from
But
the airlock.
they, like...
They also reported on their baseline HAP
The
status,
spacewalks are
how there is a
extremely,
helmet
extremely
absorption
slow.
pad inside of their EMU, or the extravehicular mobility unit.
But
We're
it's
now moving
badass
to the next portion
that we
of
can
today's
see what
spacewalk
NASA's
features.
doing
During
up in
this
space
part,
on fucking Twitch.
NASA astronaut Neil Menon will make his way to the APFR, which is the Adjustable Portable Foot Restraint, which will be attached to the space station's robotic manipulator system, which is the candidate arm to robotic arm.
Oh, I think we can...
We're ready for this.
But it's like... everything is very, very slow and methodical, which makes sense, respect. But holy shit, they take it to the nth degree. You know what I mean? Like, you know, ground command, can I turn this nut? Yes, but only at 1/8 a turn at a time, please.
Okay, now that we're all refreshed, we are going to move forward with removing the gimbal locks. So the team down here is confident that we can remove the gimbal locks. We will likely come back and hit these bolts again, so keep your tools handy. But right now we want to move on to focusing on the gimbal locks. So for that one, Sophie, your first step is going to be retrieving a RET and attaching it to an MWS AET and getting that AET set up. You can either retrieve that RET from the ORU bag, or you can use one from your mini workstation to your AET. Some good news, depending how you play this, the gimbal locks do not have labels on them, bolt labels. So we're going to be using directions to kind of talk you onto them. And then you guys can talk about if you'd like to use the ERAD setup again for the gimbal locks, you may.
For ERAD,
But it's very...
do we start on the forward or aft?
Alright, let's get back to what we're doing. See if we can find anything. It's probably a little late. Axes taking #1 place. This is one of those penny stocks. And look at this. Right away, I don't even care. Let's go back 5 minutes, 30 seconds, 1 minute. There are so many sellers that even if it's like this looks good, like for a potential breakout, it's just not going to happen. Look at this. There's no way. Everyone's trying. These are all a bunch of losers, is what it is. People that held too long, probably. Hoping to get their money back. This is what this is. We don't want to be these guys. Okay? Look at this guy. 42K at $2. Okay? And it's because he probably bought at $2.20. And then just watched it fucking tank. There goes his family, his house. You know what I mean? Probably bought it on margin. That's what we don't want. Now, it does have a chance to get a local high here. Okay. It did just recover right here at 13 cents. But look at this range. The range is like 4 cents. We don't want this. We don't want that one. Gem we've been watching, right? This is the one that was halted recently. It went to a new high of 865 just recently. Okay, so even we could have gotten in at 740 when it stabilized right around here. 730, 740. And it was probably short-lived. But 15 minutes ago, it went to a new high. So there was another dollar right there off a gem. Okay. It had a pullback. But the pullback wasn't terrible. Right? If we compare it to this. I mean, to this, it's bad. But if you compared from this and this, it wasn't terrible. And now it's fighting. It's coming back down to about that 750. But we look here and around here. This is interesting. This is new to me. This is only the second day that I've used this, but it went all the way up to, does it show? Like above 80. And then now it's averaged out. It's at 54, so it's saying that this is about the new normal. Okay? Where we're here and it's stabilizing. I mean, it's on a downtrend now. But that's interesting. So I'm learning to look at this at the 1 minute and seeing how it correlates to the MACD and how it's associated to this. It's very interesting. You know what I mean? This is the first time I've seen it above what you'll call the Boolean. What do they call it? BB. The Bollinger Bands, in a sense. So that's very interesting. PMI's down to 730. And it's not, it may not recover at all today after this. It is slowly. Sellers are losing a little bit of power. But there's probably not a lot of volume either. Yeah. This was the highest volume here. 300K. So we're now at 9 o'clock. And the majority of like that high volume that we're looking for is going to be hard to find. Doesn't mean that we can't. But we're at 294 here. So I don't think we want to mess with this, though. Both the 30-second and the minute is on the upward trend, as we can see here on the 5-minute too. The average, the EMA, is coming right along with it. 9 minutes, 288. It's at 294. But then we've got this. And if this comes around, then we may have a new high. I mean, this is the new high here at 294, right? CRMU. Oh. Yeah, 294 is so this is the new high here. But which is crazy that this is the new high despite there being this. Oh, wow, and look at here. We've got a 61K buyer at 289 and a 54K buyer at is there CRMU? Let's look. Is there news on this right now? This might be an opportunity. What the fuck? Why isn't it? Is there no news? Where's the news? Is it not? Why is it showing me this shit? Did I change something? There's just no news for it? I don't know why. Okay, yeah, there's just no news for it. Okay. Leverage shares. It's a daily ETF. Oh, it looks terrible. In May, it was at 12. It's currently at its lowest, but it's at its highest low right now. So this is no good. But it's crazy to see this. People are trying to get in right now at 288. A fuck ton of people. At 286. And then we've got this. Does this look manufactured to you? This looks crazy to me. They're like, this looks like they're trying to show that there's a floor. You know? Look at the floor. And then 4K, 3K. This looks like a big boy trying to hide their position here. And showing the fucking... They're trying to make it break out. This looks manufactured. Like a motherfucker. We'll watch this one. There's no volume. Literally no volume. 500 volume in the last candle. 3,500 volume. We don't want to fuck this. Is this a meme coin? No, it's leverage shares 2x long. It's a ETF with no fucking information. Non-diversified exchange traded fund that seeks to provide daily investment results before fees and expenses. I don't know what the fuck it is. Bonds, cash, and other. I don't think we fuck with it at all. But it's number 9 on the daily gainers. Look. So that's why I'm looking at it. And that's just crazy to me. We're using Robin. This is Robinhood's like legend setup. And it's just it's my like starter introduction play school, bullshit. I do think that it does provide a lot. Now that I've like been looking into it, researching, we do get the ladder, but there is no option for like tier 2 information. So like once there's a maximum that it can get you to, if you want to get super sweaty daily trader, you do need to get into your own scanner. Like here, like a week ago, I could click this button and it would bring me to an AI that helped me create my own scanner. But now they say no, you've got to use your own scanner, which we could put this right into Claude. But like for some reason we had more capabilities last week than we do today. But there's nothing here to be able to get like the level 2. which I just learned what the fuck level 2 was. You know what I mean? So I'm learning, and understanding why people use the level 2. And what the level 2 is, for those that don't know, is this shows us, right, that there's a fucker at 660 that's willing to buy 68,000 shares. Well, level 2 will show the purchases that just have happened. So, come in, what's up? Try Thinkorswim. That's what we do. Joe's here. We watch the Thinkorswim on YouTube, though, so we get his recaps. Not you can't see Joe. There we go. I'll have to do. We watch his YouTube recaps, and that's what I'm going off of. I'm a Thinkorswim YouTube enjoyer. And I watch him every day. He's got a desktop, yeah. But we've considered like doing the 2-week trial to get access to his scanner, but we haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. It's not a person. Well, the dude that we watch, I guess, Ross Cameron, is on Thinkorswim. Here, I'll bring it up. So I do watch. Oh yeah, look at my history. Thinkorswim, Warrior Trading. So this is the guy we've been watching for the last 2 weeks, learning his strategy. So it's the platform he uses. We haven't pulled the trigger on any of it. Okay, but we've been using him to understand, and he does donations. This is his scanner. Okay. We'd have to move over to Charles Schwab, which I'm not against, but I'm currently, on Robinhood, and at least at the beginning here, right? I don't want to make another move. I just want to chill on it, but I recognize my limitations of Robinhood now. But in order to do that, you first have to sit on it for a little bit. You know what I mean? So we may move over. We've discussed, taking the 2-week trial of Warrior Trading. We thought Thinkorswim was his, fucking the name of his shit. I didn't know it was desktop software. Yeah, so we might. Because, he'll open up his shit. But this is what we've been. Oh, he's not going to go over it. But we go over, is on Thinkorswim too? Yeah, that's what I want. I want his scanner. Okay? So we may do it, but I haven't pulled the trigger on it. He's doing donations, but this is awesome because this tells you if you've got news. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're saying that you can, that Ross's scanner setup is on Thinkorswim as well. So we need to look in Thinkorswim to see if we can, because this scanner is much better. And, well, this doesn't show the level 2, but his shit shows the level 2 as well. But right now, this is what we're using. The paper trading, yeah. The level 2 paper trading. So then maybe that's what we want. That is what we want. So sure, we'll bring up. I thought Thinkorswim was like the fucking name of his, challenge. Thinkorswim was like the branding for what he's doing.
There is downsides to that too, because I think with
but we'll look at it.
I think he uses that because he's this isn't for everybody. This isn't for new people. Because I think I think they charge per trade, or they do something that'll like suck up your fucking money if you're not like a big time guy. You know what I mean? If you're not a big fish,
We'll have to look into it more.
I don't know if it's legal or not.
But if it, well, we need to do more research. They got bought out by Charles Schwab. Cool. Hey, what's up, Glider? You've been doing a great job keeping GG alive. I lurk. I've been watching you do work, bro. I'm just tired of dinosaurs at the moment. Just want to do something a little different. Two Omnis, this is Joe. He's yeah. He's one of the roommates we've been doing like the trades with. He did something really cool today. He decided to pull out his Ethernet cord from his computer or yesterday. So he wasn't able to trade with us this morning. He's doing his own trading, you know. And so he wasn't able to trade because he had to order a new Ethernet cord. You get same day trade 0 fees, cool. It's gonna take a minute to set up, to figure out, but I will investigate. I'll open an account, but right now, what we've been doing is using Robinhood, because that's what we have, and learning, you know, the capabilities that it has, and it does have most of what we're looking for, but the more that we learn, right? This is our third week adventure, really doing this.
2 weeks.
Well, we're about on our third, yeah. So we're doing very, you know, very slow, gradual, and it's only about like probably at the end of last week that we understood why we wanted a level 2. You know what I mean? And what was it, the other thing, the other screen we had to go to show like the pre-market settings? What was that, somewhere else? I forget where that was. It was out of Legend. Was it in Classic? I don't remember. But like, yeah, we're learning the limitations of Robinhood, okay? But how do you know the limitations when you barely know what a fucking candle means? You know what I mean? Because you can see flashes of huge orders, and those orders are filled. You know what I mean? Those orders have, like, this tells you that there's you know, there's something, there's buyers, but not that it's been bought. You know what I mean? And when you see that there's been a bunch of fulfilled sells, you know, then that, you know, it's just for the moment, but when we're in high velocity, high volume, you know, then it could give you a glimpse of when to sell. Times of sales. Yeah. So Robinhood doesn't do that. Okay? But how do you know you want that when you don't know it exists? You know what I mean? And so we're on a very slow learning curve of just figuring it all out, you know, and seeing, you know, what we like, what we want, and understanding.
Bid and ask is what they're doing.
Yeah, this is the bid and the ask, but the level 2 shows you what actually happened.
The tape,
you know,
yeah,
the tape
shows you what's happening, like right then and there, and how many, like, are being passed through. Like you can bid for like 10,000 shares, but if they're not selling on the ask, then you know, like, oh, it's going up. You know, people want it. You know, if somebody's selling 100,000, and
you think
fucking
we could
nobody's
probably
buying
get an 8, 10 to the volume's already dead. Look, it's down to 52,900. If this flips over, maybe we take a position. But because I'm learning from Ross Cameron, I'm trying to take his style, like as gospel, basically, if you want. I'm trying to, use those strategies. And one of those strategies is waiting for the MACD to cross over. Okay? So it's not yet. So this is a potential position for me. Oh, and there it is. But it's not yet. How's it been? I'm only playing with like a couple of stocks at a time. Basically, like how, oh, there it is. So this is over. We are looking for a little confirmation. We see that it's like the ceiling is basically at 830. So if we were in at 810, 808, okay, then we'd want to be out at 830. Okay, so what I've been doing is I'm still practicing. I've got enough in the account to buy 1,000 shares right here, and take this 20-cent profit. I've got hotkeys. I've got it on my mouse too. Look, oh no, that was the wrong button.
Just buy 1,000 shares.
Yeah, well, I've got. This is the buy. This is the sell, right? And then I hit Alt for limit. Okay. So I've got hotkeys. I've practiced with the lightning. You know what I mean? Should we take a position here? All right. We can set it to auto by taking this off. Okay. We'll go ahead and take a position here at 8:05. Why won't it let me? Okay. But there's only one share. Okay. Why'd we take the position? Because the MACD's crossed over. Okay. We're positive over here. Don't really care much about that, but we know that, and then we can set a sell limit. Okay. If it hits 820, we'll sell it if it hits 820. Okay, because we're not going to make it to 830. We could be greedy at 825. You need to be in and out. That's the whole idea. We're trying to be in and out. We're trading quarters. We're trading nickels. Okay. Yep, I set it to 820. Almost. 818. We could turn this on if we want to be out. Oh, we should have taken the 10 cents. Yeah. But it should be able to hit 820. But I'm gonna just clear and cancel. Okay. Oh. That's it. That's it. That's my whole fucking strategy right there. Okay? Yeah, but do it with 1,000 shares. I don't need to be greedy. I'll take 10 cents. Okay? I do think that it could have gone up to 820, but it didn't. We watched the MACD. Okay? It went over. It was still positive over here. Okay, now we can go in here and we can ride the wave, and you can be right, you can be wrong. Now we can also, there's nothing wrong with staying in here, but because of the amount of people positioned, I'm not confident that it's going to go over 830. I thought it could make it to 820. Okay. But that brings me to, now I should have done 10 shares there. All right, I did one. But this is my trades for the day. Okay? I made 11 cents on that trade. I made 7 cents on that trade. And I made another 7 cents. Okay, which brings my... but I did 10 on those last two. I made $1.50 today. Okay? But yeah, put 2 zeros behind that. If I made $150 today, I'd be fucking livid. I'd be happy as fuck. Right? That'd be my biggest short-term trades. Okay? But I'm getting... the more of these small trades that I take... Oh, look, it hit 820. Okay, and I do think that it can go a little higher. Okay, I think it could easily get up to 826 easy. 828, and then it'll smash down. Okay? But the more practice that I get, the more confident I'm going to be to put in fucking $2,000, $1,000. It doesn't matter to me the amount of money, right? I mean, obviously it does, but like I'm considering this training, you know? For my training, I'm looking for the indicators. Did we see this? Yes. Okay. We saw the crossover of the MACD. We saw that it went positive. Okay. I could have been in, you know, at 790 and then selling at 820. That quarter, that nickel. Now this could have also gone much higher. This could go much higher, but because of this ceiling here, I don't expect it to. And so far I'm right. So I'm just caring about accuracy. You know? And if I'm able to, this is now the second day that we're streaming it. He'll hopefully be back and up and running tomorrow. You know, and so me and a roommate we're kind of, you know, doing this together, you know, and sometimes I get pissed off at him because he's talking about volume too much, you know what I mean? Which volume obviously matters, you know what I mean? But, you know, like, it helps reinforce those things I'm looking for, you know? So that I can feel confident to take those big trades, so that I can copy people like Ross Cameron. I'd love to get these huge wins. I'm waiting for my... I've had one huge win, but it was a gamble. It was on one of those that had stalled, you know? And those are just a fucking gamble. Now, based off of this, I took that gamble because it looked like it was going through the moon, and I was right. Right, it was a $9 stock, shot up to $11. I sold mid-10s, and it was one of my biggest wins, you know. But it was a gamble, and I all of this is a gamble, but I'd like to take my positions less of a gamble. Aren't they all? Yes. It's all a gamble. Okay? But this is a educated guess. What we just did. I just told you where it was going to be, what it was going to do, and it did it. Okay? Now, with my information, I couldn't tell you that here, but I took that guess here, and I was right. And if I'm right 8 out of 10 times, you know what I mean? With this information, then I'm willing to, okay, let's up the ante. Instead of one stock, let's go 100 stocks. Instead of 100 stocks, let's go 1,000 stocks. And then we're starting to do $1,000 days. There's already been multiple days where me and Joe are saying, oh, if we did that, we could have made $1,000. Oh, that would have been $1,000. And we've said that many, many times. So I could be up thousands of dollars. But then the day after, I was down $5 because I took stupid trades. Okay? Because I took trades right here where I was like, oh, it's going to come around. you know, and I want to get it at the low. I've done that 3 or 4 times. I'm getting that out of my system. Because so many fucking times have I done that, and it does this, right? And then instead of just this, it just fucking tanks, you know? And so what we're looking for is this, is when it finally does turn, you know what I mean? And that there's room to grow. This one, there wasn't a lot of room to grow, so we got out early. We took a short trade, that's fine. It's not crazy, it's already 9:30. Which means there's not a lot. We're not going to see those big breakouts, but we want to see, and it's hard to, I mean, look, how do you tell this one? When to get out on this one, you know? Because I'd probably get out here. The moment I see it dipping, you know, I want to take profit. So I wouldn't have been in these. I wouldn't have been, you know, maybe at this point, we see the pullback, and you know, like maybe I get into this one here because I see that it's coming back up, but we'd get in halfway into here, you know, and catch this. So I'm not looking. I'm giving away half the profit automatically because I'm looking for confirmation. You know, I'm looking for And we're going to be wrong a bunch. I know it. But I'm trying to not be. You know what I mean? And so that means we don't take a lot of trades. And I'm okay with that. I don't need to take 100 trades. I just need to take one right one. You know what I mean? Or 2 right ones.
My new cord's gonna be here soon.
Nice, nice. On the way.
100-foot fucking.
We've been watching this one a little bit today, but it's not done. When is this? 6:30? Yeah. We've been waiting for it to come back around. But it hasn't. But it is a gamble, and I'm not really a gambling man. That's why I don't really do all of this. But with the indicators and the science that's available, you know what I mean? I feel like there is a capability to understand it. You know? And even if it means that I'm like 75% accurate, you know what I mean? We're gonna have some losses. Yeah.
Pharmaceutical company or something. And the only reason why it went up was because another company bought 1.8 million shares.
Of them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like it was back like, oh, we got a new fucking cure for something, you know? It was just.
We're gonna buy a bunch of your shit. I mean, that's what happens. But then they bought it and brought it up, but then it's done nothing. So they probably at 9 Eastern. So right at 6.
12 p.m.
So 9 a.m. our time. They bought it here.
Fucking.
So no, it was just this little bump.
This too is like terrible news.
I mean, that's crazy.
They keep doing like in-phase trials that are failures. They did like 4 of them in a row.
I mean, that's science, you know. You're gonna get a lot of. But the problem, or the thing is a lot of failures do result in, you know, like, oh, but we found this out. You know, we were looking for this. Like, if you look at the majority of like pharmaceuticals that are for sale, a big chunk of them is we were trying it for this, and then all of a sudden we got a new weight loss, or now we can make penises hard. So a lot of it's just we find out, we had a side effect.
You get mad, like violent diarrhea. Good, but
I think we're up $1.50 for today. Again, just small. We took 3 trades. I missed. We watched this one. I should have been in this trade again. We watched it at like 7:20 around here, and it went all the way up to fucking 10. So, but we sat here and watched it, So we could have been in this one, but I wasn't confident. Yeah, this one was in play yesterday too, which was weird. Been doing okay so far. News is a great indicator. But the problem that I've seen with news is, like, because of news, it gets put on this list. Okay? I didn't play the new Grounded update. No, I haven't been playing anything, really. I've kind of been, like, just jaded on games. This has been my new video game for a little bit. I decided I wanted to learn something new. You know what I mean? And so, in order to participate in this, you got to be up at 5 in the morning. 6 in the morning. But even if you really, really wanted, 4 in the morning. If you go, I don't know if a lot of trading starts now at like 4 in the morning. Okay, look at this. Right at 4. This one from 5. This one up 50 cents. Worth the time. The thing is, like, I'm not a big fan of, like, coveting money. Or, like, actually, PMI might be doing something here. Again.
But the reason why it kept going up today was because they had their second quarterly, like,
was a good, yeah.
They doubled. they're fucking.
So $8. Let's see. We could see. It could go all the way. If we can break 818, we could. What's the volume? If it stays over for another little bit, it's already crossing negative on the 32nd, which is no good. But it does have the potential here for another breakout. We'll see if it holds. But we could get a breakout to 820, potentially, 840. Went all the way down to 789 in the last few minutes. We're seeing it come around. Look at that. Easy. Easy. Look at that. Beautiful. That was the call. 860. And look. And it's wide open. You can go. Look at that. I didn't take the trade. Okay? But we made the call.
Something over here.
Yeah. That's what I want to do. Okay? I'm in and out. I'm already out. I'm already out at 840. You know what I mean? We were in at 803, out at 840.
Beautiful.
Okay? Now I needed to take that trade. Okay? And it doesn't mean that we're always going to be right, but we were right again. Okay? Yeah, accuracy builds confidence, and then you lose it all. But this is it can still go higher too. We can easily see, it's not really depends on the volume, but we could break 9. Really depends on how much momentum there is. It's false skill, random luck. That you're guessing the whims of everyone else in the world. Right? These are people or algorithms. Okay? But I'm trying to increase my accuracy, and once again, this is building that false confidence. Okay? Because when it does the thing you say it's gonna do, you know, you're like, yeah, it did the thing I see, it did the thing I said it was. Right? And then you put in a bunch of money the next time you think it's gonna do the thing you said it did, and then you lose all your money. Okay? But we've been watching this one for a while, right? We watched this, and it went through the stages here. It's no guarantee that it doesn't go from here to here. It could easily go back down. And then you're fucked. Okay? Generally, we want to be in around here. Okay? Because we've seen at the beginning of the next candle, wouldn't be a bad spot either. As long as we've got room to grow, which we do, but we'd maybe be able, we might get a little bit of a ceiling at around 890 to 94. It's now at 1K, so then my sell would be 888 or 884, somewhere in this area. Okay, and because my sell's going to be there, there's going to be a bunch of other people's sells as well, which is then going to bring down the momentum. Okay, but we can see that even on the 30-second, huge selling right here. See? Massive sell-off. People are taking profit, but doesn't stop the momentum. It's not enough to stop it, so it's recovering. Yeah, we're trying to pick the right times to enter. And try again with more. So that's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing. I've taken 3 trades today, and I've made profit on all 3. So I'm 100% accurate today. And then I made 2 calls that I wasn't in, and they were both accurate. So I'm 5 for 5 today, and I'm very proud of that. I could have made a lot more money. This right here could have made me hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. And I have the money in the account. If I would have pushed the button, look, it's up to 880. Okay? This could have been a new car if we put enough into it. You know what I mean? But the point is that we can look at all these pretty colors and be accurate, you know? And so that's what we're trying to do. Well, what we've been, or at least what I've been doing, with him is we'll make calls. Okay, we'll say, all right, I'm in at 803, even without putting any money in. I just did it with this one. I'm still practicing, you know? I said right here at 803, all right, I'm in at 803. All right, it's a little game in my head, okay? Or we were in at 803 right here. Okay, this is a 5-minute candle, and now it's just shot up to 879. Now I said I would have been out. I would have been out already. I would have lost half of this profit. Okay, because I would have been out probably. Like I'm out way too early. I've noticed. I would have been out around 840. Okay. And then begrudgingly saw that it went to 9. You know? So all of this profit I would have missed out on. But I'd be celebrating that 40 cents.
I think he's talking about like a trail. Trailing, like when you trail it up.
You leave runners for break even. If it looks good, you add. Yeah, right now I'm still very new, right? I'm just patting myself on the back because, you know, lines crossed, number go up. I've got a long way to go. you know. And now we see, and we're looking at, you know, the volume of the recent candle. Okay, we're down to a quarter of the volume now, right? Which means there's a lot less, you know, interest. The MACD's now gone negative on the 30-second. The RSI's gone negative, and this is going. So that tells me that it's over. Okay, that rush up is done, and now we're gonna see the fall. Okay, so even though over here it still shows that it's going up, these two are telling me that we're not getting any higher. Okay, that little, now it doesn't mean that's locally. That doesn't mean that it can't go up to here. Okay, because this can easily turn around. This hasn't actually crossed yet. Okay, but for me, that means I'm done. It's gonna go on the downturn. Okay, and we're gonna wait for the next upturn. I'm just going for this upturn. That's it. Now it can flip around and it can shoot back up, but I can't tell that. You know? This being still positive is very good, right? But you have to remember, these are 5-minute intervals, so you don't see that it's been bad for the last 3 minutes, you know, right away. But this gives you, but when this is up and this is up, then you know that it's up. You used to need 25,000 K to day trade. More people in the market, you can get better volume. That's what Littling was talking about. Yeah. When did that actually happen? PDT rule? When was that? On June 20 or June 4th? Oh, just there you go. Yeah. June, it just happened. There you go. Well, that's the reason we're in the market, because I've only got $5,000 in this account to play. That's all I wanted to risk. But I guess before you needed 25K to risk. That's great for me. When taxes come, if you do this, you can change your type of tax person as a day trader. You can if you've had more than or up to $3,000 in losses, you can claim up to $3,000. You can do a bunch of different things. And if you're really interested in knowing all of it, okay? Do they care about the pennies? I don't think they're gonna bother about it, but you change your tax status to a day trader. And there's a bunch of things you can do, but it's not that difficult. Ross Cameron on YouTube has a video that goes over all of it, for like what you need to tell your tax guy or what you need to tell your CPA. I'm gonna look for it for you. Look, it's literally called "This is what I'm using to learn." Okay. Day trading in taxes, step by step. This dude's a badass. Teaches you how, so you don't have to the different ways. You can go move to Puerto Rico. You can trade in a Roth IRA. You can do a bunch of things so you don't have to take capital gains tax. So you pay zero in taxes. Or it teaches you the different methods. And he goes through step by step. And he talks about the PDT. He talks about your trader tax status, your maximum deductions, using an LLC, and all the different rules and the filings. Okay, I'm not there yet. I've learned it, but I've made $500, right? So not until I've made fucking money do I really need to implement this. But I've watched this whole bitch. You know what I mean? We even talked about moving to Puerto Rico. Because if you move to Puerto Rico, you pay zero in taxes. You could stock trade over there and pay zero in taxes and not have to use the Roth. The problem with the Roth is you don't gain access to that. You don't have access to that money. Okay? Yeah. Capital gains is basically your paycheck. Exactly. But so that tells you everything you need to know and all the different ways to do it. If you want to pay zero in taxes, I don't make enough to worry about taxes right now. You know? If I make fucking over 20 grand this year, then maybe we'll worry about it, you know, for taxes. But if it's under $1,000, you know, I'm not worried about it. I'll pay the fucking 20%. But that's the dude I'm learning from. This is, if we go, we've watched a lot of his videos. He goes live. He's a streamer on the, you know, the thing. But what I do is we look at his Thinkorswims. Okay. See, this has been watched. This is watched. Internet's good in Puerto Rico. You'd have to go there and look. The point is if you're in Puerto Rico, you pay zero capital gains. You pay zero taxes. So you can, Starlink, Puerto Rico, and you can day trade, and get yourself a generator too, because, you know, power might go out. But a generator, Starlink, Puerto Rico, and zero taxes. You do have to live there for up to 3 years, and you have to live there for 6 months and a day out of the year. So if you do 6.5 months there and 4 months here, zero. You could go live in fucking New York City and trade for 4 months, and then go vacation in Puerto Rico for 6 months, and pay zero capital gains on everything you have. Okay? So, but this is the guy I'm learning from. I'm trying to copy his strategies. I'm trying to learn from him. You know what I mean? And why did I pick this guy? He's doing a challenge where he takes $2,000 and he's made $80,000 in the last month. And this is his second or third time doing it. You know what I mean? So he does a small account challenge. He did one previously a while ago that he used margin, and this one he's not using margin, I believe. So he's and that's what I'm doing. I'm not using margin, and I'm just trying to copy what he does. Now what we do is, what is it, 3 days ago? So we're gonna watch this. This one was his might be coming out in like 2 hours. His day 40 Thinkorswim is gonna come out, and then we're gonna compare what we did today, what stocks we were looking at compared to what he was doing. I'm not watching him live, you know what I mean, and we're not part of the Thinkorswim bullshit, but I'm comparing my success, my, like, what were we looking at? Did we see the things that he's now talking about? You know, what did he see that we didn't see? And he's teaching us, you know, like what this candle is, different patterns and stuff, and what to look for. And he goes through last week he had 3 bad days. Okay? And it's terrible. I hate that for him, but I love that he shows it. He had 2 bad days back to back. Did he have 2 bad days back to back? Within the week, you know. Robinhood is good for starter, but we might be moving over to Charles Schwab. I like Robinhood because it gives you access to so much. Okay? But now that I've been doing it a couple of weeks, learning, I understand some of the limitations that it has. Like the limitations on this and different things, but it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing for just getting your feet in the water. You know what I mean? So what is it? It's down to 840, and even now it's still. So this is still above here, but we're on a huge negative trend on the RSI and 1 minute MACD, so we would have been out a long time ago, right? And this looks bad here. And how's the volumes? Still, I mean, that's a huge sell. But we're done. This is another one that we called today. Very, very happy about it. Okay? All it is increasing my confidence. That we can recognize things, that we can see things. You know, great thing about Robinhood is there's no transaction fee. There is no, so I can take these trades. I won't do it on an $8, but I can do this. Here, I can, oh, what? I have fucking this on? Here, let's see. I mean, yeah, so I can click this. Oh, if I'm in. And I'm in. Okay? And then, oh, did I buy again? There we go. Oh, we're down. But I took 2 trades there, and it cost me nothing. I can trade for pennies. Okay, so this is half of my practice. Okay, allows paper trading. I'm okay to trade with, because I trade like under $10 stocks. I've been trading with like 1 to 10 stocks. You know what I mean? But is that what paper trading means? To practice with no money, which is great. Charles Schwab Thinkorswim software. Yeah, that's where we're probably going to move to. We've been talking about it for a while. Just haven't pulled the trigger. Like I'm just gonna sell to get out. Okay. Oh, I got a pen there. So that's how quick we could do 1,000 trades, and it's 0 commission, and I could get 1,000 pennies today. You know, trying to buy just the local high, local low, and I think there's a lot of money in that, but there's also way more stress too. You know, we're gonna turn this off, but that was using keybinds. We've got keybinds set up. Okay. And I'm able to use my mouse program to be able to set these up. Oh man, just went up to 120. I could have had 5 more pennies. All right, but what if that was 1,000 shares? You know what I mean? And so, but I just got. You don't get slippage. True. Learning about and slippage is a big deal. But it's still the amount that you can learn with 1 share, right? You can get the majority of the experience, the majority of the practice. So like right here, I've got Shift B, Shift S, right on here. And I could also, and then Alt is for limits. So that's all I'm doing right now. Is I'm doing buy and sell limits. You know, that's the limit of my of my practice. I'm not doing these, all of these, like high volume volatile, they don't even let you short if you want. Like if I try to short, was it going to let me?
Yep.
No, it's not going to let me. Let's see, it doesn't even. I just got a text message saying, no, you can't short this shit. So I can't even do shorting, which is fine. So we're not even, I can't do it if I wanted to. All right. But on different ones we can. But all these high volume daily gainers, okay, they won't let you short. Okay. But I'm up $1.50 today. We're negative because we took this, both Joe and I. Oh, Joe's back here. I don't know if you can see him. 3 pennies per 100 shares. I don't really want to get into shorting too much. Here, let's go back. Because that's not what I'm practicing right now. You know what I mean? That's not what I'm practicing is this. That's a whole new that's a whole different strategy. And we did watch like some things about the iron condor and the fucking the broken wing butterfly and all this other bullshit, you know, and you're going to need a different program to do all that, where you're doing a bunch of different shorts and all this crazy shit. We looked into it, but right now this is the style that we're working with, and I'm down to learn different styles of kung fu, but you must master one style of kung fu before you move on to a different master. You know what I mean? And so we're still, you know, we looked into the drunken monkey, right? But right now we're sticking with this. But we're not fucking with this guy. Oh no. But it's already 10 a.m. We're basically done. I think at 10 we call it. We can look for more, but if we go through, like we can still find some, but at 10 o'clock I'm done. I'm done with stocks at 10. We did see that final PMI. Look, it's up to 9:30. And where'd we catch it again? We caught it right here at 8:03, and it's up to 9:30. Okay, right around, at 10 o'clock. So there's a couple a day that I've noticed that'll get these late day breakouts. But in order for these late day breakouts to happen, look how long it needs to be. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. It's almost an hour and a half later. Okay? So that's what I mean. Like, and this was around 7:30 that this one was done. But it takes a while for it to come back around. You're looking for an hour, you know? If you'll get a breakout. And then we'll look at a lot of them and they don't get that. And it's just the game boards of the day. Right, look at this one. This one's, well, does it have the volume? No, it doesn't even have, the volume's died. Okay, we have some good volume over here still. But it had something here. It went from 803 to 822. Okay. And then went back down to 811. And then it had a little bit of a pullback. And then hit 830. You know what I mean? But the thing is this. Oh no, it could probably get to like almost 840, 836. but the other one didn't have shit in the way, right? So if this is stacked, then there's a less chance for that big breakout. Doesn't mean it's true all the time, right? On PMI, we're going to see, that there were some big boys, and there still is, right? Oh, now there's fucking 13K, so that's gonna drop it. But if you could look at the ladder back over here, there was room to grow. You know what I mean? There was nothing in the way. All you needed was that buyer momentum, and we got that buyer momentum. Okay? So we're trying to establish or recognize that, right, and take advantage of that. But it's not often. Okay, how often is it? It's like once every hour and a half on 10 different stocks, that we can get the opportunity to catch it. And a lot of times we're going to miss it because we don't have a good scanner. Robinhood is very limited. It is very cool, and it's very cool that there's a lot of it's here, but then there's that next step, right? Shorts covering, yeah. You see that a lot. At the end of the day, if you go back to daily gainers, you'll see this happen right at the end of the day. There'll be two or three stocks that just blow up at the end of the day. And it's because of all the shorts. Or if that's what it is, or some other form of manipulation. But right at 1300. Right around here. Okay? But that's what I may not understand it all, but I'm looking and trying to recognize patterns, right? Seeing what's happening at 4 a.m., seeing what's happening, at 1300. I don't know why. I can't tell you why, right? But just getting that collective pattern, it means I've got a little bit, the market's taking a little bit more shape. You know what I mean? And we can, but we're going to be very cautious on our positions that we take. I'm not in a big rush. I know it's not as potentially entertaining. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I want all the help I can get. We would love it. I think Joe would too. Kex is offering to help set up the Thinkorswim programming, all the shit. Yeah, DM me. We'll have to do it. We can do it on stream, so that everyone else that wants to learn can learn. Yeah. And the ticker. The reason I'm doing this live is so that everyone, and it took me a while because to even go live. I haven't been live in a couple weeks because it's very, I feel vulnerable, because I have to say how dumb I am. You know what I mean? I have to say, like, I don't know this, but I'm trying to learn. But I think the learning part is interesting. You know what I mean? So I'm willing to go live and learn. And that's why we're taking small trades. You know what I mean? And now that we've gone live, and I thought Thinkorswim was like we wanted to do the Warrior Trading 2-week, trial so that I could get access to his scanner, because we now know why we want his scanner. We know why these things. But that takes time. It takes time to get it all, and maybe we can go to the next step. He's already trading with thousands of shares sometimes, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's doing catching the wave, and I'm yelling at him saying, you're supposed to be helping me find breakouts. And he made good money. He's made, some good money. But I'm trying to be a stickler, and the only reason I'm an asshole towards him is because we're kind of doing this, together, and I have this very, like, focused. Yeah.
Riding the waves is like not what
Yeah.
we are.
Well, I mean, like, well, he can do whatever the fuck he wants, right? But I'm just like, you're going against the teachings, we're supposed to, like, confirm the teachings, and so, but like at 10 o'clock, this is perfectly fine. Yeah, Joe has his own account, and he's got his own computer. He pulled out his fucking Ethernet cord yesterday. So he didn't trade today, but he's literally waiting for the Ethernet cord to come. And we've been in Discord, talking about what'd you see, what are you in, and stuff like that. And just a couple of days, he just got a brand new computer, setting it all up. One of us was gonna get Claude Code to make our own scanner, okay, and the other was gonna get Warrior Trading to try to get that scanner. It's been a big boon to me and my confidence, to be able to tell someone, oh, look, I was right, and to say, oh, no, I lost $5 today, and bounce ideas and different things and yell about volume and different things. But even that helps reinforce ideas, it helps reinforce why we're doing certain things or doing that. And I'm just trying to have patience and just really get, like, reinforcement, because I know I'm gonna have bad days, and I dread it. I dread it. So I'm trying to have as many small wins as possible, because if I make $10,000 in 2 months doing it, then that's great. But if I lose $10,000, and then quit because I took some bad fucking trades that I knew I shouldn't have. There's been many trades that I've taken that I shouldn't have. Okay? And I'm trying to get those out of my system. I keep taking these. I didn't do it today, but I keep taking these trades around here. Okay? Where it's about, this histogram's about to cross over. We can see the MACD coming over. I want to be on the low for the breakout because I can get in at 304 instead of 325. Okay? But this never happens. It just goes down. You know what I mean? Here, let's try to find one. And so I'm trying to cut that out. Or we'll find one. Oh, I think it was it Gem that was doing it? No, or like here. You see that, oh, look, it's trending up, right? And we can get this, and then it just takes a fucking shit, And I've had a couple of days like that. Now, I've only been trading in pennies, but if I was trading in thousands of stocks, then it would have been really bad. So we're trying to get, oh, here's a great example. Okay? This is how I get caught. Okay? I'm right here, I'm watching it, I'm looking, I'm like, everything, oh yeah, that makes sense, oh, the pullback, and then we're in here, right here, and we're seeing it, and we're like, oh baby, and we're like, oh, for sure, we're getting that crossover, I'm getting in at the low, okay, and then it fucking dumps to 793, and then it dumps to 789. These 10 minutes suck balls. Okay? Absolutely suck balls. Because at that moment, it just looks like it's going more down. Right? And then, oh, my motherfucking balls. I was in at, what'd we get in at? We got in at 812, and it's now down to fucking 780. and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. You don't see this. You don't know that it's going to come back up. You know, and even if it recovered here, now we're up 10 cents, but that's another 20 minutes later. That's a fucking hour of now just recovering from your loss, and this may never come. You know? And so, like, this is what's gotten me a couple of times. And so that's why, when did we take that trade today? On, what was it, AMIX? Oh, it was this one. We didn't take this trade. We took this trade today. Okay? After we saw that it was it this one? Let me look. At 9:26. Yeah. We took this trade. Right here. Right as it flipped up to green. It did go down a little bit, okay? It did go down, but we took this trade after MACD had crossed over, okay? And we saw that it was open over here. Now it's looking pretty bad, right? There was room to grow, not much. I think it was a 20, 30 cent, like window that it could break open. And so instead we took this trade. We waited for this, which means, I wasn't in at 802. Instead I was in, I was in at 807. Okay. But we were here watching it, waiting for this, and we were able to get this, and we sold, right? We could have waited, but we would have had to wait 15 more minutes. Right? So we're in for that short increase, and we could have been in, right? If we took this at 789, this is also one thing that I was doing. Where you see this, how we're getting the downturn. I guess I would have bought it in here. Okay? So that I want to be at the bottom, right? The bottom of the bottom of the low, so I can catch the new high, right? Get the biggest range. But we gave up this profit, okay? So that we could catch the positive. So we're going to be taking a lot less trades because of that, okay? There was nothing wrong. There will be 100 people that get in, right here at 803. Instead, we got in, we saw this, and I did try to get in on the low of the new high, right? So I put a limit in, and then I changed that limit because it wasn't coming down to it, right? And we've missed a couple of trades that way, because what was one of them where you were like 1 penny off? It was one of them where, like, we put our buy limit, and he put it like, at 824, 325, and it went down to 326. It never hit 325. Okay, and then it shot up like $1, like 90 cents or something, right after, like fucking, and on 100 stocks. So he never got the position. He made the right call. We did the limit to get the low, okay, but it was off by a penny. Never got bought in, or never was able to buy in, but we did make the right call, and we got that. So there's going to be a bunch of those too. You know what I mean? But it's just getting that experience, and the more of those experiences we then have to refer from, so that it'll always be gambling, especially these early game or early day board games, is what we're calling them, because that's all they are. All the day traders are looking at all of these. Anything above 20%, okay, with high volume, these are where the board games are. Where do you pick to go in? Where do you pick to go out? How long you ride in? I think there will be a bunch of people on like different platforms that can short, but we can't short. Right? So we're going the greens. Maybe when we go over to Schwab, we'll be able to short, but at the moment we don't even have the option to, which is fine because that's not our like strategy we're trying to learn. But I think that is the day. We're up $1.50. We made 3 or 4 trades. All were positive, and then we made 2 calls without taking the positions, and they were positive. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. Because I told myself that last week, and then I still made I told myself that one of the days last week, and there's that FOMO where you want to just be in, you know what I mean? And first trade of the day was one of these, and I'm just like, oh, fuck it, let's go. And then I'm like down almost the whole day because of that one trade, you know? I'm just digging myself out of the hole because I took a trade that took a shit, you know? And, you know, so it's hard to stick to it. It's hard to stick to it because you're like, oh no, man, this one's gonna be good here, you know? But I'm trying to train myself to stick to it, you know? Because we know those are good. The problem is they're few and far between. They're one every fucking hour, you know? There's a couple early morning, but good luck catching it, you know? And then it takes hours to find another one. And you've got to be looking at it at the right... Oh, here we go. Here's a possible one, right? Been up a few. Let's see, just crossed over. But, and is there volume? There's a little volume. Then we got to check the ladder. What the hell is it? It's at 117. We could probably hit the early 120s if there's enough volume. So this one we don't really like though, because there's not a big enough spread, and we're probably already late. It's already dead. But here's it's back up. Okay, so we're looking, but we're in at 118 for a potential not even 10 cents. Okay? And then this one's a little rough. We've already lost momentum here. There was just a sell-off. So we want to see that it's still going up for us to want to get in, and the volume's extremely low. So I don't know if I'd take this. Right, this is good, but what we need is confirmation. Okay, but we can watch this one. It's got at least you could get like 10 cents probably easy if it goes up. But here, this is already going down. This is going down. I don't want this trade. Okay, there's not enough upside. There's too much risk. It's showing. This is bad. This is bad. But we'll watch it for a minute. And this $1.16 is a little too low. When you're playing like below $1.50 a share, the upside is so minuscule for the risk. So it's come down to 115. So we've missed it, but we're looking for, I guess, a momentum trader, right? And look at that. Massive shit. Okay. Now, the previous me would have taken this trade because it's kissing. But the problem is now I've seen it a couple of times where it kisses and we don't get confirmation. Right now I'm in it, and now I don't want to lose money, so now I'm going to hold for a while. And the problem is it's just going to take a bigger shit. And the problem with that is you give up a lot of profit. You give up a lot of profit because you're waiting for that confirmation. Now, it doesn't mean that this can't turn up, but there's just not the volume to get those swings. We're at 100K. There was 24K volume going there, 103K. But that's why we like that really high volume per 5 minutes. Because otherwise, like you're just, nothing could happen, And that's even more boring. That's not fun. The fun is seeing number go up. And this one's down at rank 25. But I go down to on the daily gainers, I'll scroll down to, the ones that are just up 25% on the day, because all of the people that are playing with these over here, okay, like this one now has, look, PMI's gone up to 9. Okay, which is crazy. And it still has 200K, 700K. Like, there'll be a time where a lot of these, on the first page or top 10, they're spent. And so then people are looking for the next, the next big one. And so going down to the 20% gainers, you have an opportunity to see it before everyone else, is jumping in. CRMU, here's another opportunity. These are open. Volume is dog shit. So I don't think we even play with it. No, look at this. This doubled in volume here, which is good. And that tells me someone's trying to pump this. Someone's trying to pump this hard. And we look here. Oh, this is that one. Look. I think this is a false floor. I wouldn't mess with this one either. Even though this is what we're looking for right around this time. Like, this is a no-go. And there's just not a lot of volume either. But it's 10:30. We need to be done. Why are we still looking at this? Let's move on. Let me grab a drink, do a quick stretch. That'll be, I think, the end. Here, we need to decide when to be done with stocks for the day, and it was 30 minutes ago. Okay? And we can try to transition over to something else, and we could do that. What's up, bro? We can do that. What the hell? Wrong way? That's just one of our little side projects that we're going to be doing. Is a little day trading in the morning. We could do some gaming. But I want to try running this. We need to look up YouTube videos on Gauntlet Loop. So we're gonna, I guess, watch some YouTube videos. This is what we're gonna do. And do a little bit of learning. Let me close these. And I kind of want to just run last up. I think if I just hit run on this, I think we just do it for. But let me do a quick stretch. Where's Joe? He's already gone. I don't know what he's doing. I've got superpowers and Kaparthi skills on this. Okay. And I just wanted to, because we were talking about, like, oh, let's use Claude to make our own scanner, which we might not need to if we can get the Thinkorswim one, right? And we wanted to just get a little bit more familiar. Going game dev, no, we're not. We're exploring. You know what I mean? When you're not spending all your time playing video games, you got a lot of time to do other things. And so we've been taking, like, because we were doing like early day game, or learning day trading, there's only so much, like, you can't do it after this point. There's no, it's done. You know what I mean? And because we were like talking about using AI to make our scanner to be better doing that, I went and brought this up. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. All I've done is use Copilot, but I'm confident because we can go and watch some YouTube videos of dudes being able to just use AI to one-shot a bunch of different games, right? So then let's take a little bit of time and see if we can't, at least have a little bit of fun in figuring it out. In exploring this now, like, we've got a lot to learn because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with stocks either. Okay? But the only way to do is to try. And so I thought it would be fun to mess around with this. There's two things we need to learn to do. Okay? And we may how we might switch over to Charles Schwab. All right, for the Thinkorswim. We may want to change what we're doing here. Right now I'm using Claude. Okay, and I do think Claude can do it. But now that I've investigated a little bit, we may want to move over to Cursor, and we could either still use Unity or Unreal Engine. So and there's a thing called Gauntlet Loop that I want to learn. So there's a couple of things I want to learn. Okay. Before I hit go. And so right now, these are the two things we're using. We're using, this is Visual Studio, is it? Visual Studio Code with Claude connected. Okay. And we've got Unity. What I need to do is make sure that these two are connected. Okay. Which we've yet to do. so that they can communicate. And we also need to, and I think we just run with that for the time being. I've done a lot of like brainstorming, but we need to just get we need to add gauntlet loop. So there's a couple things we need to do. Let's get a to-do list, okay? When are you gonna win big so you can buy a wild card and make wild card, well, great again? I don't know. I would just lease their IP is what we would do, right? We would lease their IP and just make a better version of it. Set up your own. I've looked into that too. We've done a lot of YouTubing. I haven't been watching Twitch, but I have been on YouTube. And there's a couple of for 3D graphic design, doing it locally. I think it would just, and it's not viable. The reason it's not viable isn't because of the hardware, but because of the electricity. And so, we're going to run out of tokens here very quickly. So I don't know how far we're going to be able to get in. Okay. But these are the things we need to learn. All right. To do, we need to learn and install and, decide if we want to use Gauntlet Loop. So we need to learn more about Gauntlet Loop. We're going to decide if we want to stick with Claude/Unity or move to Cursor, or I guess Claude plus Unity, or move to Cursor plus, and we could go to Unreal Engine, Unity/Unreal Engine. All of these you can connect Unreal Engine, okay? Because this is what's going to decide where we're going, okay? And that's why I've kind of halted on this, because I've watched more things. There was a 3D decide if any other plugins we want to use, i.e. I think it was was it, I don't want to say Grinder, let me look. It was I think I've got it in my history. Might be in my watch later. So here's some of the watch laters. Here's Trestless 3. Here's Claude and new Unreal Engine NPC. This one was really cool. This was procedural generation for map. Okay. Let's see. So we've been watching some things. So this is where so I think it's Trestless, but this one was for local.
49 months. Long time no see, Omni. I am a
You're a
dad.
dad.
Now. My son is 8 weeks now. Smiley face. Hope you doing great, my friend. Good to see you streaming again.
Congratulations on being a productive member of society and birthing the next generation, bro. Congrats, that's huge. Life-changing. I'm a big child. I've decided I will be the fun uncle. At least at the moment. Until I can genetically modify batch breed. You know what I mean? So, but glad to hear people are still working on the next generation. Congrats. I hope they're healthy and happy. It's been 8 weeks, so maybe you can start getting some sleep with sorting out my coding for doing that. Which one? So there was this one, but there was another. And so this is Grok. Look, this is Curse. Oh, Blender. Look at this. We're gonna watch this video. Okay. This is just. We're gonna watch a couple of these, and try to figure it out. Okay. This one was really cool. This is what's making me think maybe we use Cursor in Unity, right, with Blender. Okay. Because this might be what we want to do. Okay. And then here, let's open link in new pad.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video on
But maybe we want to move over. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Unreal Engine. But because we watched this one, and I think Unity is where we want to be. Okay. Oh, this was cool. But as much as I love Linux and I want to support getting away from Microsoft, fuck Microsoft. Right, I don't want to do it right now. So really I think this is where we want to be. Okay. But then we also want to look for the gauntlet loop. So is this only for Claude? No more Windows? I mean, it's the best thing you could do. As much as I want to talk shit on China, I support it. Microsoft has been spying on us for fucking multiple decades. And the thing is now with all of this AI, all of their 0-day backdoors are going to be coming out in the open. You know what I mean? They're not going to be able to. So this is Opus 5, amazing building 3D games, Unity CLI, plus Gauntlet Loop. Okay? So this guy... Oh, is this Vibe Game Dev? This is the guy we want to learn from. Okay? I haven't done any of this. We're going to do it together. Okay? So this is using Opus 5, Gauntlet Loop in Unity. This is what we could do. Okay? This is using Grok with Cursor, but I think we can use Cursor and Opus 5, which is Claude. Okay, with the Unity Gauntlet. This is what we want to learn. Okay? I think it's going to be expensive, which is fine. Well, this isn't something we're gonna do all in one day. You know what I mean? It may take us a while. But these are the two videos we're gonna watch. This is about using AI to make video games. And let me see if I can show you this. Steam. Steamworks. Look. We have our Steamworks. So if we can make something, we can put it on Steam. Doesn't mean it has to be good. And I plan on putting AI slop in the fucking description. You know that yes, this is AI slop. Enjoy it at your, you know. But it's crazy what it can do. You don't need to know all of the hardcore coding. Obviously, it helps a lot. Okay. But this is what we're looking at here. But I need. It's been a couple hours. I need a little breakfast or something, so that we can, you know, prepare for the next leg of today. So give me just a moment. Get yourself a snack, and then we'll get to it. Select people invites to test the builds. I've yet to make a build. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to do it together. I'm not saying that we're going to make a game. Okay? Yeah, I'm not saying that we'll be successful. But what I am saying is that it would be fun. And as long as it stays fun and I think that I can continue, then we will. You know? So you can come along for the adventure and see what we can discover. And we'll see. Right after a little snack. What's up, Stu? I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for being patient. Look at this. Make myself a little sandwich. This is bread that we made ourselves. We got a bread machine, and we are, I guess the edge is a little crusty now. But homemade bread. I'm gonna just, while we watch this, I'm just gonna eat real quick. All right, so this is Vibe Coding with Cursor Unity Blender. Maybe we do the other one first, because this is using Unity CLI with Opus 5, and I believe that's what I have. Not sure which one we're on. It says Opus here. I'm not sure which. I think we're using Opus 5. Okay. We made the bread itself, yes. We've been making bread. It's just plain white bread. It's nothing special, but it's on a bread machine. And we were supposed to make pizza dough yesterday, but I think I'm going to do it today after stream and make a pizza. We got the mozzarella, the sauce, and everything to make the dough. I'm pretty sure we're using Opus 5 for this. I don't know. See what? Let's just ask. What are we using Opus 5? Routed to GPT-5 Mini. Okay. So what agent are we using? So they routed this to GPT-5 Mini. I guess that's not it. How do we check? We've got Claude here. So I don't even know what we're using. I've got these three things open. Okay. This is from before. Claude Code Chat. We should have so this shows most powerful, best for completing tasks, balance, performance, and speed. So we're in plan mode, ultra think. Plugins, can we find Unity here? No. Oh, I do need to make sure, that's one thing we need too. Let's make sure we have Git. It's one thing. Ignore, cancel. Skipped, working. I don't know how to stop this. Oh. Okay, that's not what we want to do. Those all. Well, Claude Code Chat. This is not where we're at. We need to figure out how to continue from where we left off. I want to see the game. I don't even know how to work the program. Where do I bring back up my autopilot? One new note plan mode is enabled. Do we want Claude Code? Where's my autopilot? I clicked the stream. Oh, because we're going to watch some YouTube videos to learn how to do it. But we've got a lot of things to figure out. Like what happened to... And we need to still connect some things. We don't want a terminal. Okay. Reopen editor. No. Do we just go into... This is Claude Code. Turn off YOLO mode. For now. How do we make sure that it is connected? So it says Opus. Where's autopilot? How to open up our Copilot. Joe tokens, yeah, on this for some reason. But we had autopilot open. Let me just... We'll do this real quick. You know, GitHub Copilot, Control Command I. Control Alt I. There it is. Okay. Control Alt I. Okay. So I don't know what this is. Just close you. Let's see. Can you check if Git is installed? Git command, git error action. Okay. So it's now... Or if Git is installed but not on path, let me... Once installed. If you like next steps, install Git. Then restart terminal VS Code. Can you do it for me? Run on terminal. Existing git command. All right. Git allows us to, utilize GitHub and everything. I don't know if we want this. I guess yes. Oh. From Googling the internet, Git is supposed to be very good. Locate installed Git in common locations and update path. Nice. So it's updating the path so that I don't have to we should be able to just close Visual Studios and reopen it. And then we'll have Git, but it's just update the path. Looking at you're making your own game, I'm looking at understanding AI a little bit better and how and what's possible. Got results in a game. Cool. We do have the concept of a game here. But I think we're going to very quickly come with an issue of like tokens. Okay? But I think it'd just be fun. It's always something that I wanted to do, but I was never willing to do the work because of all the coding and shit. You know what I mean? But AI is so good that it can do the coding and it can do iterations for you. So let's try. It is installed and available on this session. Very nice. Yes, initialize. Git repo in the project folder. Yes. Yes, we would like it to do that. On Steam, I did. I've got it all set up. We've been doing a little bit of like research because there's only so much. But I've already got my Steamworks. Okay. There's only so much that I could do with the other stuff, and then I had so much other time because I just haven't been in the mood to play video games. I've been kind of jaded on them, even though I did want to play Mistfall Hunters, and there's a couple of other games, but I just, I was detoxing from gaming 12 hours a day, you know. Let's see. By bypassing path. Okay. Did we get? And a commit was created. So this is one thing I learned was commit is like a saved state. Okay? So we now have a commit. Tell me which step, and we've got this Copilot shit that it does all the things. You know what I mean? I just installed some shit, and it did a bunch of code that I have no fucking clue. You know what I mean? But I know that we wanted Git to exclude node modules and other common items and remove them from current commit recommended. We're gonna leave that as fine. So I know that that's one thing I wanted to do. We should now have Git installed. We need to decide if there's any other plugins we want. But before we do that, let's see what's possible. Okay? And this is, we're going to pause the music. This is the guy we're going to be learning from. We're in Opus 5. Amazing for building 3D games with Unity CLI. So we need to get this going, the Unity CLI. And I want to learn Gunna Loop. From Googling things, these are things that I would like. So let's see what's possible.
Unity game engine, but was built using AI. So the entire level, as well as the characters, the movement, and everything was constructed using a combination of Fable 5, but also the latest model release from Anthropic, Opus 5. Now, Opus 5 has been released for about 2 weeks now, and you have seen that it's doing really well, even compared to the flagship and state-of-the-art model Fable 5. But one of the main things that people have been talking about is how well it really does in game development. And the main thing that I've noticed is that it's really good at...
So one thing I had to learn is that this shit is so crazy fast. This is now 2 weeks ago. When I was first researching this stuff, I was watching things that are 6 months ago, and that's like another. It's like if it was 2 or 3 years ago, because I was doing things, and then like I started like reading up. They're like, "Oh, you don't need to do this anymore." You know what I mean? From just 5-6 months ago. So this shit moves so quick that like all of the oh, you should do this, you should do that, you know, kind of shit is outdated. Okay? And so you need to be up to date. Your information needs to be recent and relevant. This is 2 weeks ago, so it's going to be more relevant, right?
understanding 3D spatial spaces. So this entire level that you see over here was constructed using Opus 5. So it was able to create all of these different landmarks.
Have it low.
Ensured that the different parts of the levels were actually connected with one another. So you can see I can run,
Is
I
that
can
good?
jump onto this part here. There's a stairs that's been placed over there. And then we've
It
got this
keeps
other one
cutting
over
out.
here that allows us
Okay.
to get over to this
me
fishing
a second.
section. So this overall spatial
testing.
understanding of 3D spaces is something that
It's probably it's time to probably change the mic. Let me just cycle these. Testing. When I hit the microphone from, I should just do one where it's like up here, so I don't hit it. When I hit it, it messes with the connection. All right, let me know if it still happens.
in the past you have seen AI struggle quite a lot with. And this is the reason why I think Opus 5 is making a lot of headlines. But the other thing that I wanted to highlight that you might have seen a lot about Claude Opus 5 is how it's able to one-shot entire games that you see on screen over here in a single prompt. And this is something that Matt Schumer posted about, right? And a lot of people thought that this was fake, that this person either used numerous prompts or there was a lot of additional extra stuff that was put in. But what he did was that he actually shared the actual prompt and
Lot
the
of
source
duty.
code for this. So you can actually check it out for yourself over here. And you can see here that it was actually verified to be true because people were able to go ahead and effectively recreate different games using the exact same prompt. And the
So
craziest
this
thing
is
over here is
one
that the
prompt.
is extremely simple. You can see there's just a couple of lines over here, but there's some really interesting things about how this prompt is structured. This thing is called the gauntlet loop, and I'll be talking to you a little bit more about how it
See,
works.
this is what we
But the
want to
amazing
learn.
thing here is that everything does not use any external assets. I went ahead and used that prompt and adapted it, and this was what it was able to create in a single prompt. Everything was constructed within the scene, so it did not use any external assets. It did not use Blender. It just constructed
Didn't
this
even use
entire
Blender.
level that you're using the scene editing tools.
So that means
within
all
the Unity editor.
custom.
And as you can see here, all the lighting has been placed correctly, and this allows the entire world to have things like shadows as well as really nice looking
That's just
environments.
crazy.
All right, so without further ado, I'm going to shed
Now
more
you
light
see why
into
I'm-
my
I'm
experiments
willing
with using Opus 5, Unity CLI, as well
To
as this
fuck with
gauntlet
this?
loop. So if you ever wanted to learn more about using the Unity game engine along with a state-of-the-art model like Cloud Opus 5 and a technique like the gauntlet loop, this video is for you. All right, so the
That's
first
why
project
we're
that
here.
we'll be talking through is this one that I built over here. And this started out as a very simple project as I was really interested in seeing if I could combine 2D sprites against a 3D environment. And so what I did was I actually spent some time generating some mockups of kind of environments that I wanted. And after a while, it came up with this setting of doing something with a village by the riverside with floating islands and things like that. And as you can see, this is what inspired this scene that you see over here. Now, the main thing that I was playing around with was whether or not the Unity CLI would be able to work with an agent. And I wanted to see whether it was going to be able to construct a 3D world and then have 2D sprites laid out against it. As you can see, this was actually what the original scene looked like. And the way that it constructed the scene was that it made use of a bunch of different asset packs. So I told Fable 5 at that time, I said, construct the entire scene using appropriate external assets. And it worked really well. What it ended up doing was that it ended up using several assets from this pack that you see over here. And I highly recommend checking out Quaternius's assets. They are really good. They're really high quality. And if you're going for this stylized art style, they work very well as well. It was able to put together quite a nice looking island. So it has this lighthouse in the background, as well as placing the boats, the rocks. So this was the first version that I had. And there were small issues with how the assets were stitched together. So for example, you can see here, this canopy actually is flipped. So it should be orientated slightly differently. But overall, it was able to create a really decent looking world and understand how to use the modular assets to put that together. And this was all done using the Unity CLI as well as Fable 5.
So
And
Unity
the next thing that you can see
CLI
here was that I wanted
is what is. So we've got Unity. Okay. We need Unity CLI. Okay. And figure out how to do that.
it to replace this placeholder sprite that it had with a nicer looking sprite
And
that you
then
see
we
over here.
need
For this one, it made use of a tool that I
Gauntlet
created
Loop.
called Spriterific. And Spriterific is effectively an AI tool that allows you to create game-ready sprites using just prompts. And extremely simple to use. For example, you just have to add the skill, and then you can just use it with any AI agent that you want, whether it's Claude Code, Cursor, Codex, Grok Build, whatever. And it will be able to create for you game-ready sprite sheets that are animated straight away. You can see it works for all kinds of different games and all kinds of different animations. So it can work for platformers, beat 'em ups like Street Fighter. You can do like a Streets of Rage kind of game. And you can even do things like point and click adventure games. So for example, you can have talking animations, picking up animations. And you can see here, it's actually used to create animations for a football game as well. And you can see it works for all animations. So I have the walk animation, I have running. Okay, and you can see here that's this idle animation. And the great thing is that you can do it for any direction as well. So you can see the idle animation is playing when it's facing left, when it's facing forward, facing down, Spriderific just works off the bat. You can see this is how the Spriderific interface looks like. Once you've generated it, it gives you the sprite sheet that you can just import straight into your game. It gives you a preview of how
I
it
don't
looks like.
think I
And
want to
for those
do
of you who are interested,
sprites
what it does is that it actually uses a
'cause
video
it kind of
model
it
to
it
create
takes
all
me
the
out of the
animations before
world.
splicing it up
I want to
into a
be
game-ready sprite sheet for you. And this helps it to overcome a
but
lot of problems that you see
we're
with
just
other
learning.
sprite generation models, where if you have something like a run animation, you will notice that in other models, they tend to get the arms and legs really wrong. But as you can see here with Spriderific, it's able to generate walk
But
or
it is
run
very
cycles that
cool.
look correct. What it does is that it automatically extracts out the frames, and then it creates a sprite sheet that looks like this. It just works right off the bat, and it just works with any of these game engines and web frameworks as well. So if you're interested in creating 2D sprites for your games, head over to spriderific.com. It's free to get started. You get several hundred credits, so you can go ahead and generate any
500
character
free
and any
credits, no
animation that you
card
might think of
required.
and
You
integrate
just
it
make
straight into your game.
sprites.
And so after I created
Very
my
cool.
animations, it just integrated it within the game. And at this point, I had a pretty decent looking game, but this is around the time that Opus 5 got released. And therefore, I then went ahead and wanted to put Opus 5 to the test. So I told Opus 5, as you can see, I want this game to pop. I want shadows on the characters. I want to have more stylized shaders. I want to make the water animated. And basically, I went through several iterations, and because of the Unity CLI, I was able to make changes to the scene and then take screenshots and then adjust it based on the feedback that I was giving it. And after several rounds, you can see it started to build out the rest of the level and started to make it more stylized as well. So you can see these black outlines as well as the world starting to get a little bit bigger. And then it continued to take screenshots to ensure that the entire level was cohesive. And you can see it even started doing things like this well over here. It's animated, so there's water that looks like it's flowing. And
Oh,
then
that's cool.
I'm just going to just look around. I'm just going to look over here. You can see it created this animated water in the background as well. And so you can see here, Opus 5 is really good because it started to put things together and try to study whether or not things were overlapping. And then after that, I then said, I want you to continue building out the rest of the level, continuously checking to make sure that things like overlapping items and non-functional aspects are fixed. And so it just went through several iterations of adding more landmasses, adding more items. And then overall, towards the end, this was the final level that it was able to create. And you can see it's a really decent
Not
looking
bad.
level. It didn't get everything perfect, but overall, I would say it got 95% the way there. It was able to create something that
So
looked
he's
really
in
cohesive
Unity
and
now.
looked really nice as well. All right. Okay, so this was the first experiment I did with Opus 5. And then after that, I saw the whole thing with Matt Schumer's Gauntlet Loop, and I decided to give it a shot as well. So I started a brand new project, and I adapted his prompt. So you can see the prompt is actually very simple. It says, I want you to build a first-person shooter at the level of the most recent Call of Duty games. It should be utterly perfect, visually beautiful, and everything done at a AAA quality. Now, there are a lot of issues with this prompt that can be improved, but this was the exact prompt that he used to get the result that you saw earlier. The main thing to point out is that it's making use of sub-agents, so things run in parallel, and then it tells it to tackle each aspect individually. He asks for a separate sub-agent to check it visually to make sure that it looks great. So this is the key thing here, right? What he did was that he made use of several sub-agents. Some of them were going to build the game, and some of them were going to verify it. And then it pit them against each other in order to do a self-improvement. So therefore, he didn't require himself to look at it. And this is the key thing about the Gauntlet Loop that allows it to keep running. And you can see here, he finally ends off with don't stop until each sub-agent is utterly wowed with the quality. And then they should compare them side by side blind and say which one looks better. So the main thing that you want to do here is that you want to use Loop and then use Ultra Code within Cloud Code. Some of you might be asking why didn't he use Goal here, and I think he responded on Twitter that he gets better results with Loop. All right, so what I did is that I adapted his prompt for the game that I was trying to build. So I said, I want you to build a 2.5D RPG game with low poly graphics, backgrounds, and 2D sprites. It should be utterly perfect, visually beautiful. And then I just adjusted the phrasing a little bit, but overall it takes in the lessons that he uses in the Gauntlet Loop. But I did say, do this in Unity and use the Spriterific skill to create the assets, and then loop until it's great. Okay? And one other thing that I told you to do is continuously take screenshots as it went along so that we could actually verify how it looked. So you can see here, this was the starting scene in Unity, and then it started to make use of Spriterific to create this 2D character. And then you can see this is what is going on. It created the world. This was the initial build out of the world, looking really pretty good, but there were issues with the lighting. And then it started to measure and verify against one another. And so you can see that this process just continues on. It actually says that the critics are actually quite brutal So that's how it really pushed on making sure that the visual style looks good compared to this, where it just looks very washed out. And then it just went through this entire process of improving how the overall game
I
looked.
don't think we have
And all
enough
this was
tokens to do
automatically
this.
screenshotted by
I
Cloud.
wonder how
And
many
this is the great
thousands
thing
or
about
millions
using
of
an agent
tokens.
with the Unity CLI,
But we'll
is
see.
that you don't have to do this manually. It just is able to do all this automatically by itself. Now, I just want to show you this end result one more time. You can see here, it was able to basically build out this entire world, okay? And all of these are not using any external assets this time. This time it built out all the assets using
Which is
primitives,
amazing.
which is really impressive because it had to create all these things and still keep things coherent. So I'm just going to press play here, and you can see here that it was able to put in other characters within the world, have them animated. So you can have this one over here, and then I think there's a shop owner over here, and you can see there are other characters as well. It took an inspiration from the previous project that you saw over there. I actually asked it what happened, and it turns out that while it was looking for the keys for Spiderific, it found it in my other project, which is the one that I showed you earlier. And then because of that, it took a lot of inspiration in the controls, the camera, as it was trying to build this 2.5D world. So in some sense, even though this was one-shotted with the Gauntlet loop, it is worth pointing out that it did take some lessons from the other project on its own accord. So I'm going to try to run this Gauntlet loop and also tell it to not use any other projects for references and to build it from scratch. But I still think it's a great demonstration of what the Gauntlet loop is capable of, because this time it did not use any external assets and it was able to create a world that looked cohesive, that looks great. And I think it's a really interesting step forward in terms of how you might want to go around playing with building games and worlds using AI. All right, so anyway, so that's it for today's video. I really hope you enjoyed it. I think we're making a lot of progress with the latest models, and it's really interesting to see how people are back to using games as a form of benchmark for the quality and the capabilities of these
Yeah, that's
models.
crazy.
We're starting to see.
So, Unity CLI. We need to figure out how, and then this is Grok and Cursor. We'll go ahead and watch this one and using Blender. So this is a different one. But we currently have Unity and CLI. Okay, let's get the because I'm already deep into this, I just want to run it and see what happens. But we may have to start all the way back over. But let's see we need to do Unity CLI. By updating the latest version of Unity Hub, you can install it manually as standalone binary via your code. Let's see. For your system. Using PowerShell. Okay. Unity is ready. Open a new terminal and run Unity Help to get started. Okay. That was easy enough. Okay. That was easy enough. We have from day trading to coding. We're gonna try making using Unity CLI. Start. Development. We're gonna see what it can do. What should I do next with Unity? Choose open this existing folder, create a new Unity project. There we go. We're going to use Copilot to try to make a game. Target folder is not empty. There we'll add Unity project files. Go ahead, proceed. Just to see what we can do. Sure, go for it. We're not going to be doing any coding, is the plan. Yep, sounds good. I'm relatively familiar with basic coding syntax. I've made some basic thing, you know, I went to college, took a couple of C++, you know, coding classes, but that's it. But this shit's so good now, I don't think you really need it. I mean, we need... What steps should I take? Double-click folder, use Unity. Okay. Unity project created successful. Unity executable. Create a new project. So it's created a new project for me. Open the project in Unity Editor. Double-click the folder. Use Unity Hub to continue development interactively. Okay. We want to do this. Add a Unity optimized git ignore. If you want editor opened now, say open in editor. Sure, do this. Launching Unity in editor. So the editor UI opens and you can work interactively. Something happened. Start command ran and exited with code 0. Output restarted. Are we import projects? Doesn't seem to. Add Unity-friendly git ignore and git LFS configuration. Okay. Oh, it didn't yet. Yeah, exactly. And we can check all the things over here. Reading the current git ignore. I don't know why it's... I think it's... I should have, like, restarted Visual Studios. But we're just gonna let it. It's not valid statement. Enable git to LSF. If available. Okay. It's trying to. Stage and commit. Unity GLP configured, correct? Okay. Created git attributes with common Unity asset patterns. Cool. Notes and recommended next steps. Large files, node modules, existing asset binaries that were committed earlier. To avoid keeping large files in history, add further ignore rules, nodules if desired. Already includes node modules. Okay. Sure. Next actions I can take: remove node modules from the repo history. Recommended. Run. We'll just go ahead. We're still not in here. Zero projects. Git filter repo is not installed. Allow installing it via pip install so it can safely remove node modules. Sure. We'll see if we even get to run git filter repo to remove the node modules path from all commits. Running PowerShell script now. It will stop and report Python pip are missing. Okay. I don't know if any of this is necessary. Retrying to do this filter. I may just close it and reopen it. Is missing import library. So automatic installation of git filter failed. I'll install the Python then. Sure. Go for it. Calling official Python requires Winget. Searching for Winget. Reviewed tool output. Okay. Installing Python version 3.11. Okay. It's crazy that it can, do all of this. I'm not even sure if we're trying to get all of the Git stuff going. It gives it a lot more access. And it helps so that we can do commits, basically saved states. Run final backup. Git filter repo. Error action preference. Omni Empire, literal path, program, files git, command git not found. Okay. Honestly, I'm not even sure what it's making backups now. I don't know if we want it to do this. Error action, skip. I don't even... Failed. Run diagnostic, okay. Because now we're doing either binary. Import track, okay. Git filter repo. Let me find out what the fuck this is. Recommended by Git project to rewrite repository history, remove sensitive data, or reconstruct project layouts. Okay. I think we're just gonna... Error action preference continue. We're just gonna close the whole bitch real quick. So it refreshes the paths. Okay. Using... Okay, let's see. Begin making the game using Unity CLI. Create new Unity project. Yes. Set up Unity Editor and CLI on this machine. Do you want 3D default? Universal render pipeline? This decides default packages and render pipeline. Universal render pipeline. Let's... Modern performance-focused, scriptable render pipeline designed to deliver high-quality visual graphics across a wide range of platforms. So we want to do this one. Name be absolute Windows path. My game into your answer. Project name and folder path. Projects to Omni Empire. Create the project at... Yes, create C, survival, Omni Empire recommended. Use latest installed Unity Editor. Create project now. I don't have Unity open. We're just going to see if it'll even open up Unity. Running a PowerShell script that locates latest install on common Windows path, create project folder, and launch Unity in batch mode to create the new 3D URP. Yep, go ahead. Directory exists. Okay. Or we're not coding, we're co-piloting. Unity started. I had trouble with project path parsing and exited. Retry creating using a different Unity CLI argument. Yes, retry creating project. I want to see if it'll do it. We don't want to do it. We want AI to do it for us. But it's having issues. We have Unity CLI in. Is misparsing the project path due to spaces. Choose, create the project at no spaces. Continue. Yep, go ahead. It's having an issue. Rip Dolly, what happened to Dolly? What's up, Keck? It's having an issue. Allow in this session, read Omni Empire. It's not opening up. We're trying to get it to open up Unity. I could open up Unity. Install configured URP now. Project created. Let's see Omni Empire. Install and configure Universal Render Pipeline. Now adds package and creates the URP asset and assigns it. Yep, go ahead. We're trying to get this to open up Unity. I have Unity installed. I want it to open it up and make the game. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to lean on it as hard as possible. Okay? Because if I can do it, anyone can do it. Okay? Because all I'm doing is saying yes. Create file. Yep. Sounds good. And once it can do the things, we want to be the idea guy. Right? We want to say, oh, it'd be cool if... And then it happens, magically. It's trying to join running Unity to install configure URP log, start process file path. Is it running? I don't see it opening up Unity yet. We want to remove this, I think. It's having an issue. We can't get it to go. Run Unity. It's trying to run Unity. Should I just open up Unity? If I have to open up Unity, I will. Then launching Unity in batch mode to run that script. First create the asset editor directory, then add the setup. Can I see what it's done? Timeline? No outline. Unity is running now. Okay. In batch mode. What the fuck is batch mode? I thought it would... Batch mode? Is a computer process that handles large groups of data or tasks all at once without needing a person to watch or help. Okay. Sounds good to me. I'd like to see, though. And configure URP for C Omni Empire. Report back when completes and shows the logs of what was done so far. Project created... C Omni Empire, void path spacing parse issues, added an editor script, launched Unity in batch mode to execute setup URP.install URP. It's currently running. Next steps after batch job finishes show last lines of Unity log and confirm whether URP was installed and pipeline asset created and assigned. If URP installation fails, can retry with explicit package. Okay. If you'd like any of those now, after URP is configured, create an initial scene and default player settings. Yep, we want to create an initial scene. If you'd like any of those now, tell me which one. Next, create an initial sample scene and set as first scene. Okay. Target build a platform and default player settings and set as first scene. Create an initial scene and default player settings and set as first scene. All right. Checking whether URP batch job is still running and reading URP log. If it's finished, create editor script to make scene, set player settings, and update build settings. Then run Unity in batch mode to execute. I'll first inspect running Unity processes and the URP log. Okay? Allow reading file outside of workspace, okay? Creating editor script to generate a scene. Set player settings and update build settings. Then launching Unity in batch mode to run and write log. Okay. Create initial scene. Come on. I just want to see something. Bribing a hamster? What? It said bribing a hamster. I don't believe it. We could turn on YOLO mode, so we don't have to sit allow. Confirmation error. Program files Unity Hub Editor 6000, Unity EXE, Project Path Omni Empire, create scene, retry log. What's happening? We're getting an error. Fast grep. Editing the editor script to remove the don't destroy on load call, which is invalid in editor script, then running Unity in batch mode to create the scene and update the build. Okay. We're failing. We're getting errors. Initialize git repo, add recommended Unity, git ignore. Add default sample scene content, simple player, prefab, ground, and or create lighting. Can we see anything you fucking done? These are packages. Unity create log. Holy fuck, look what all it's done. They even clean up the mono. Exiting batch mode successful. Okay. Which of the options above should I do next? Okay. Well, let's go back up and see. Done. Initial scene, player settings, and build settings are created. What I changed and created. View. How do I... This is a scene? Oh. Alright, open Unity. I want you to open Unity so we can co-edit. Nice. Omni Empire main window. Nothing here, bro. Scenes. Main. Bitch is empty. Okay. Open scene. Main was created. Okay, there is an initial scene here. Main camera. Directional light. Game manager. Let's see. Okay. It did open it. And this starts the installed Unity executable with the project path detached so the editor stays running after this session. Has been started, detached. Next, open Unity on your machine. It should show Omni Empire project loading. Wait for the editor to finish importing the project. It may take a minute. Okay. While editor is open, edits made to the script assets here will be picked up by Unity. It auto imports changes. If you'd like live changes, tell me what to edit, script scene, and I'll update files. Unity will recompile, reload. If you want true collaborative editing between people, set up Git or Unity Plastic SMC. I can initiate Git repo and add Unity Git ignore now. Okay. Set up Git or Unity Plastic SMC. The editor, okay. Initialize Git repo. Yeah, this is what we want. We're going to copy this, paste, and say, see if it can, yes to this. See what it does. We're putting it to its limits. A local Git repository, adding Unity-focused Git ignore and making an initial commit. Running Git init, writing Git ignore, configuring local Git user. If missing, adding all files and committing. Okay. I can add simple player prefab and ground to main scene. Okay. Yes, we want to see something in there. Should create assets prefab, ground prefab, and assets prefab player prefab, and save assets scene main. This may take a few seconds while Unity finishes compiling. I'll check the workspace for new prefabs and scene changes and report back. Do you want me to also commit the new prefabs and scripts to Git automatically once they're done? Yes. Let the editor finish importing, recompiling, then rerun staging for the prefabs. I checked earlier and prefabs weren't present when committing. If they are present now, I can add plus commit them. Remove marker file. Add get LSF if you plan to add large binary assets. Do you like me stage and commit the generated prefabs if present? Or wait, check the editor to confirm prefabs were created. Prefabs were not created. Where are my prefabs? Oh, these are. I've got these. Add player and ground. We haven't seen shit. So this is here. Assets. Add player. You're supposed to do something with this. Add player and grand. Execute order. I don't know what the fuck to do with this. Create initial scene. This hasn't done anything. Don't see shit. Okay. I don't see anything in the scene. Then I'll recheck prefab folder and commit the new assets. Running these checks now. But are they supposed to? I see something happen. It did a thing. Asset error using namespace. Directive can only be applied to namespace. Prefab utility is a type, not a namespace. Consider using static directive instead. Okay. Getting an error. It says to use static directive instead. Something to do with namespace. Okay. Fixing the compile error by removing the incorrect using directive using Unity Editor.prefab utility from the initialize on load script, then running Unity Editor recompile and checking the editor log and project for prefabs, any remaining errors, running the edit, and a short check now. Takes 30 seconds to a minute. Force a recompile by touching an editor script file. You can update a harmless comment or trigger it. Open Unity Editor window. In the console, click clear, and then recompile scripts. So open the Unity Editor window. In the console, click clear. Oh. Did we get something? I've got player here now. I don't know what this does. Round. Oh, do we have something down here? We've got something. I don't know how to move towards it. Hold on. We're in fucking business. We are in business. I've got player and I've got ground. Let's go! Time to ship in early access? Hell, let's not do what Wildcard does. Okay? Alright, you see it. Okay. Game. Okay. And it worked. Next step. Stage and commit the new prefabs. Remove the marker file. Finish URP setup, install package, and create pipeline assets. We didn't finish this. Okay. But I didn't have to make a thing. Okay? That's why we're doing this the hard way, so that it's the easy way. Okay? I didn't want to make a thing, I wanted it to make the thing. We're getting an issue here with urp.cs. Universal render pipeline in okay. Safely create pipeline assets. Run in terminal. What are you doing? Start sleep seconds. Check package manifest. Manifest JSON. URP package is not yet present in manifest. Okay. Editing UPR installer safely create pipeline. Finished. Doing this. What are we doing now? Check package. Manifest test. I think we have like an error loop here. Installer helper scripts added. And marker created. Unity hasn't finished resolving, installing package, or creating pipeline asset yet. Okay. Package does not yet show URP package entry. Okay. Explicit URP package is quicker to resolve. Or run the package install interactively in the editor UI, then I can finish. I don't know what this is. That doesn't open anything. Install interactively in the editor UI. So I need to do something here. Piling scripts, running backend. Script update, yes. For these and other files that might be found later. Okay, there we go. Starting to add request for URP package. Oh, I had to click in and hit yes. Assembly not available yet. Pipeline assets created skipped. Reopen the editor or run installer again after package resolve. Okay. Compiling scripts. So many things are happening. Bro, I could so be a vibe coder. URP global settings assets have been created. If you want to modify it, go to project settings, graphics. We're good. We're good. Okay, done. Next. Copilot's crazy. So I can commit the new assets, then I'll stage and commit any new modified files. Sure, go ahead. Commit basically is making a saved state. So that we can revert back to this at some point if we want. You want to wait for editor? No, what is this? I'll commit what's present now, and we can commit the pipeline assets later. Yeah, that's fine. Files committed are these assets. Current repo status modified but uncommitted. Untracked files present, likely assets created by URP. Pipeline assets still may not be created. You may have produced some URP related assets. Next action, add and commit the updated scene. Or try to create a pipeline asset now in the running editor. Okay, let's try to create a pipeline asset. I'm not even sure what the fuck a pipeline asset is. To a configuration file in the Unity engine that defines graphic quality, rendering rules, or physical oil gas infrastructure. Graphical quality, okay. Inspect the new URP assets in project before committing. Commit to so go ahead and try and create one. Sure. Harmless, edit and create the marker and check project files. We need to get to what happened? Oh, we lost everything. What do you mean? It's all gone. I see nothing. Unity has created the URP pipeline asset. Pipeline asset created. Setting it over render pipeline. Graphic settings now has a render pipeline asset assignment. Stage commit to new pipeline. Create a simple URP compatible scene. Volume with default. Yes, okay. Wire prefab. So let's do these. So I think we're now in a different. Those are now old or bad because we're going to do URP compatible. So we're doing it like step by step. That other dude was default renderer missing. Make sure that there's a renderer assigned as default on the current universal RP asset. Okay. Credits at 75%. We've used up 75% of our credits. Okay. Currently a capsule. I don't see shit. How do we zoom into here? Editor, controller. So right now it's working on player controls. We've done a lot of like setting up of things. Scene setup menus. Okay. All models. Sample floor. Okay. Ground and player. Still don't see anything. Other tools or contacts. Why don't I see shit? I almost want to close this. Please open Unity and run Omni Empire setup, create URP volume and attach player controller, and tell me when it's done. Try to automatically batch run now, approach again instead of clicking. Open Omni Empire. Setup. Where? Omni Empire. Good. Setup, create URP volume, and attach player controls. Let's see this. Well, we're getting a lot of errors. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Well, we're getting a lot of errors. Is it like just constant? Null reference. Alright, let's just go ahead and close it. Do you want to save changes you made to the scene? If you change... we're not going to save. We're going to just see what happens. Okay. Can you do it for me? There's fucking Umbras? What the hell? Com, Unity modules, Umbra? So they're doing it in batch mode now. Visual Effects Manager. execute editor command that creates a URP global volume plus default volume profile and attaches the player controls to the player prefab. This runs scene setup menu .create volume and attach controller in Unity's editor, headless, and writes a log so it can be verified and committed. Okay. Run Unity. Well, we got it to connect to Unity and to do some things. Okay. Where's my projects? There's no projects. Import projects. Where's my project? Oh, did I not save it? I don't think maybe is running. I'll wait for it to finish. Check the log. So maybe closing it was a bad idea. Open Unity program and project for me. Instead of Godot. There's a reason Godot was made. I saw like one YouTube video about it. But we're just messing around. I may change the cursor, instead of what I'm using now. Contains compilation errors. Entering safe mode allows you to resolve these errors without waiting for the rest of your project to import. Sure. Asset editor. There are setup. Why? Because this is our first attempt. And we may change, but we're seeing what we can do. Free assets. Now they make all the assets. You don't even need to do that anymore, bro. It's gotten way better. I've seen a video on Godot, but I've seen one of the ones that we recently watched. Was I liked the fact that there was connectivity between the two. You know what I mean? And I was familiar with the Unity. Also, I wanted to do a Valheim-like, style, and it was built in Unity. So what better way than to use the same engine to ensure that I get the same style? But the new Opus 5, we were watching some videos, and look, this was made in Unity, okay, with cursor. So he was able to make this, okay, and so now we're taking way too long. Is the AI you're using? No, right now I'm using Visual Studios in Claude. Cursor was just recently bought by SpaceX, and it does some really, really cool things. Let me show you. But I had already got Claude. So what I'm using is because we'd already done it.
All the way through to
Okay.
And all the different models that you see over here, it's running completely within the tools. You find
But this
all
here,
the
we can watch this real quick.
specialized game development AI agent skills that you can use to build games. So for example, in today's video, I have a Unity CLI skill that you see over here, and this is exactly what I've been using to build all of the Unity demos and games that you've been seeing on this channel. You will also find all of the resources, including the full source code, prompts, guides, for many of the games that you see me build. One of the most recent projects that I've included is this 2.5D battle arena that you see over here, and this is running completely within the Unity game engine, was vibe coded using all of the skills, and this includes all of the game logic, the entire arena that you see here, as well as
Yeah, look at
every
this.
single
Is crazy.
animated 2D sprites that you see over here. Vibe Game Dev members also get bonus.
But
credits
he's
to use
doing
the
sprites.
So
I don't
here
want to
we
use
are. The one
sprites.
you can use Grok Build to access Grok 4.6. I actually made use of a cursor, and the way that you can do it is that you can just go down here, click on this, and just choose Cursor Grok 4.6 as your model. I use a mixture of high and extra highs and fast mode, and in case you didn't know, SpaceX AI have acquired Cursor, and that's the reason why Cursor
This
also
is-
Grok 4.6 at the same time. And also for a limited time for this week,
11
it's
days
twice
ago.
the amount of usage, so basically half
It's
price
so
if
insane.
you
That's
use
why
it
we're
within
playing with
Cursor
it.
and Grok Build. Okay, I did not build this entire game in
Yeah.
one shot. I did use a bunch of what I would call gauntlet loops, and if you want to learn more about gauntlet loops,
And so
how
we're
to use it for
learning-
game development,
We're
you can check
familiar
out
with
my
gauntlet
videos.
loops, but we're
But
just
anyways, I'm
trying
gonna
to
show
figure
you
it
how
out.
I iterated
What we're
upon this,
doing now
just
is
starting from the
far from
text
what we
prompt
should do.
all the way through to how I created all the different models, animated them, and then played around with the
They
settings
created
until I
all
was
the
able to get to a
models.
result that I liked,
You
that
didn't.
see
You don't
over here.
need
So the
fucking
very first thing that I did is
You don't
I
need
went into Cursor
any
and
other
I started with
bullshit.
a completely blank project, and the only things that I had were a bunch of skills that you see over here. So I have a bunch
Oh,
of
there
Blender
he's using
skills, I
Blender.
have a bunch of FAL
Okay.
AI skills, and then I have a Meshy skill as well as a Unity CLI skill. So it was basically these skills and a completely blank project that I started from to build this entire project. So if you want to get hold of these skills, they are available to my members at vibegamedev.com, but I'll also talk to you a little bit about how you can create your own version of these skills. Okay, so I just started off with a very simple prompt. I just said I want to create a Unity game vertical slice using Blender to model the characters and the environments, and I want them to then be integrated into Unity. I mentioned the style that we're trying to go for, so kind of like whimsical, cute style Animal Crossing, Nintendo Switch. And I said I want it to be easy to understand when I demonstrate them in clips on social media. I want a small diorama.
That's
that
all
people
we're
can walk around,
doing.
And then I wanted to have
Is we're
polished
just
visuals
getting,
and shaders.
just
And
trying
so what I
to
did was then you can see here
get
I
shit
just
figured
used the
out.
FAL AI image skill, and this is just a skill that I have that allows me to very easily make use of FAL.ai, which actually stands for features and labels, which is something that I just learned about. All right, and within it, it allows me to access any of the latest image to generation models that you can see over here. What I did first of all was I said I wanted it to just create mock-ups of how the game might look like. I made use of Grok Imagine 2.0, which is the latest image generation model. And you can see here, these are the initial results. So it kind of gives you
So
kind
we
of
need
like
to
a
do
look and
this. We need to
feel
get some
of
mock-ups.
how things should turn out. But obviously, because these are mock-ups, they're going to look a little bit more high fidelity. And I just use these as a visual style and a visual guide. I find it very useful when you're prototyping games because it gives the AI a sense of what you want to achieve. And you can see here, right? Like even though this is different, so you can see this little pawn over here, even the character, and then this little house, you can see that there's a lot of inspiration that was drawn from these mockups. So that was the first step that I did. And then the next thing that I did, I actually went ahead and asked Grok 4.6 to make use of Blender using MCP to create all the
So we're not
based on
using
the mockups that
Blender,
we had over here.
right?
And this is quite interesting.
And
part. This
that's
is
what
actually
we're
one
gonna
of
wanna
the
do.
refined models that we ended up with after a couple of prompts. And you can see here, this is one of the early stages of the initial models that it was able to make. This is another one, the leaf line. And then you can see here, it then tried to create the raccoon. And you never have to really worry too much about these initial versions that come out of AI, because the whole point is that you want it to iterate towards getting better. And while you, in the past, you would have probably had to iterate it by hand, you can use some kind of, you know, like mini gauntlet loop over here. So you can see
What
here,
we're
I said,
gonna-
I wanted the raccoon.
The goal is to see if we can get even to this point. And if we can, we'll continue. They give CCO assets that are great for free.
to
Um,
kind of like be
I mean, we need to figure it all out. Obviously, we're fucking around and I can't even get it now. I'm stuck with some errors. Right? Unity, and I'm in fucking safe mode for Unity. But I think we need to just start all over at this point. even though we're like fucked. Because it's doing a bunch of shit and we're off course. Let's bring it back up. But I did get it to, like, I don't even have the project here. Where's my project? I have to ask it to open my project. Add project from repository? Where the fuck? What's the running editor? And I got a bunch of errors. You didn't save the scene? No, I didn't. But that's where we fucked. Well, the scene was all fucked up. But why? Where's my fucking project? Open project in Unity. I don't even know the file. And we've got a bunch of errors now. So for some reason Unity doesn't know. Like I guess I didn't save the project in Unity. Yeah. But now when we've got a bunch of errors, we're just gonna ignore. But I don't know where it's saved, so we're gonna open this. Okay, we've got errors. We didn't save the scene, that's fine. We're gonna say I've got errors. Error in Unity. Please fix. We're gonna do a new scene. Basic URP. Okay. And we're using URP. I don't even know if we need to be using URP. But this is the first day that we're actually then tell AI to set up a player control, reference a game type. You like, yeah. Again, this is our first attempt, right? This is what I did, is I just went and we did a huge games design.md. I may just copy paste this and begin again. Baby, I learned that afterwards, right? Oh, I downloaded it and I just dictated a bunch of shit. Okay? And we now know that that's the wrong way to do it. But this is why we're doing it. Okay? And at this point, I want to scrap the whole bitch and start over. Okay? And it does, and I put on a couple of a couple of things. Like this Kaparthi skill. I added a couple of skills and things. But it's my first time using this UI. Okay? So I don't necessarily regret it because I'm getting familiar with just using it. Right? Like being able to figure out, you know, being able to use terminal. Okay? Which is your basic command prompt. And just like we've used up most of our tokens already doing this, and it's pretty much a failure. We did get it to do something on here. Okay? I still have a fucking error. Renderer is missing. Make sure there is a renderer assigned as a default. There's no fucking renderer. Very similar. Well, one step at a time. The thing is I may want to change. I think I want to go to cursor. Okay? Because, well, we didn't get to see it in the YouTube video. But it shows at some point. We keep watching this.
File, and then I said continue score and loop. But effectively on these models that you see over here, live, and then after that it uses this Blender Hitler skill to prepare the exports for Unity. And after you got to a fairly okay stage, what I did is that I said, let's get these games working within Unity. And then you'll use this Unity CLI skill that I have over here to go ahead and integrate it within the Unity game engine. What I'd like to do is I always like to ask it to take screenshots as it goes along.
So he set all this up. I basically just want to copy this.
The reason I found
to get this going
that allows you to create 3D models for your games. This is not sponsored in any way, but I've been using a year, and you can see this using.
I don't know if we'll use all of these, but
so I basically said I want a front view, side view. That's about.
I want to show where he shows like the power of
just gives you
cursor.
a slightly more better results, so it doesn't have to guess things that are behind the character. Automatically hook or slimes. However, one thing to point out is that.
But in a short period of time,
by the
he was able to
as you saw earlier in the
get
video,
this up and running.
Animations, the file image skill,
it may have taken him a while.
That's animations that you have out there, but in this case, you can pretty much just prompt whatever animation that you have there, and then get it into Mixamo and do a bunch of stuff. And
what is this? This is in Blender.
Out there. But in this case, you can pretty much just prompt whatever animation that you want. So that's how you can see here the turnaround image, and then this was the Meshy preview that came up, and then you can see that this is how it looked like when it integrated it into the game. And I just stitched everything together. I used Grok 4.6 to iterate on a new album.
He's not showing the cursor skill.
I just prompted it. And, right, like this. It's really a. And
yeah. So he's not showing it on this one. Okay. Yeah, 100%. But what he does do, and what's important, is he's showing all the skills, right? The things that you need to that you need set up, right? If we want to use, like, Blender seems pretty cool. The Unity CLI, right? Where was that? Here we go. So we don't want Sprite-orific, but maybe we want to use FAL AI. Maybe we want to use Blender. He doesn't really use, you know, we get an idea of how easy the prompts are. This is an HTML for products or projects Grok. And so what it does is it gives me a lot to go off of, you know. And so here he was using Opus 5, and using Unity CLI with a gauntlet loop, right? We're just discovering. This is where I'm at. I got a goddamn render issue. Assigned as default on current. Save. I don't even know where the fuck. We have a ground and a player, but I've got a goddamn render issue now. Open, setup, fixture, European. Okay. In Unity Editor. No. Setup. Where's setup? What are we buying today? For stocks, we're up $1.50. I did like 3 or 4. But there were a lot of opportunities. We could have, but I'm still playing with a little bit. We're still, we have the option to play with, you know, thousands of stocks, but I'm still practicing, just like we're doing here. What the fuck is this? Open Omni Empire. Open Omni Empire. What the fuck is Open Omni Empire? Fix URP default. I can run attempt to trigger menu, but running a second Unity in batch often fails while editor view is open. Is to click menu item in the editor window. Menu item in the editor window. Okay. I don't know what I'm looking for. It says Open Omni Empire setup. Where the fuck is setup? See any of it here. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm busy right now. All right, that's fine. I don't, and I just want to scrap the whole bitch and start again. See if we hit new scene. With universal renderer pipeline. Contains a camera and directional light. I'm getting an error on this scene. So run it for you? Yes, go ahead. Yes, do this. GUI view process. In the same game file, I think the problem is we've never used this program before, and I don't know where it's telling me to fix it. Create a new project, but then if we create a new project, then it's going to be a different file to what they're using and all the shit. Looks like I gotta go take care of some stuff. Well, this is where we leave. Fuck that. Fuck this shit. And we'll work on it again tomorrow. Thanks for chilling. And, we'll see you guys soon.